less colleagues have a different view. But we do also are live streaming on all of our social media platforms. And so we will have an opportunity for those who are watching us online to be able to send us questions to ask our panelists and vice versa. So we'll kick it off. It's very informal. It's not very, very formal. We will not be asking our panelists to stand up and give a presentation. You will speak from where you are. And then when you're done, if you do have a presentation, please make sure that Johann has it. Johann at actionsa.org.za. Please make sure that he has it so that he can flight it for us. And then do we have anyone joining online by way of presentation?
Yeah, Karen and Francois, but I think they'll just present
as they are. Okay. Okay, that's fantastic. So with that said, Johann, let me hand over to you. Oh, sorry, I did forget to introduce myself. I'm Lerato Ngobeni. I serve as the national spokesperson of the organization. I usually do that one first, but today I have totally forgotten. It must be the freeze. But thank you so very much. Okay, so I don't know if people want me to go around the room so that everybody knows who is here. Perhaps that will be beneficial before I hand over to Johann. I usually like to get people's names right, so let me not botch that. But let me start with the easy ones. To my right is Johann Krige. He is the Director for Policy for ActionSA. To my left, I must check, left or right. To my left is Connie Mashaba, who is the head of Black Like Me. She's also an integral part of our organization. And then to the far left is Dr. Nasiphi Moya, who is the Chief Director of Governance for the organization. And then I think I have Mr. Seth Naicker, who is from Heartlines. I still have the Heartlines series, by the way, like the thick one with the CDs. I still have that one. So welcome to you. And then we have, I think, Ms. Karen Jooste? No?
Yes.
Isobel. Isobel, is Karen Jooste, are they online?
Yes, yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone.
Karen, you are so welcome. I thought you were right here with us, so thank you for...
I wish I could be there.
Thank you for being with us online. I hope we'll see your face very, very soon. And then Isobel Frye, Social Policy Initiative. I thought your face was familiar. So welcome. Thank you for being here. And then the last name, am I missing? Dr. Francois Stofberg. Is that online?
That's it. Thank you.
Francois, you're online. Welcome.
I'm here.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
All right. And then I don't have your name. Lerato Ngobeni is a colleague for Heartlines, so welcome, Lerato. And then the last colleague to the very, very far right, his name is... Concha, what is your name again? He's Andre Kutsia, who is our chief strategist. So welcome, everybody. I'm sure our names will become clearer as we move through the day. So thank you. Johann, over to you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much, Lerato. And good morning to everybody online and our panelists in the room. I just want to say from our perspective, from our view of ActionSA, I just really want to say thank you so much for being here today. Part of our approach to policy development is to be very consultative in how we go about this. ActionSA was born out of the People's Dialogue, which is a large-scale stakeholder engagement process where we got 125,000 submissions from various South Africans from all walks of life. So growing from that, we always realized that the way that we do things is to talk to other people and see, trying to enrich our views. I think we are, as a political party, we know that we do not have all the answers, and South Africa's many challenges will only be resolved by a cohesive effort from civil society, business, government, politicians. So we really appreciate you making the time to be here. Today's discussion is a part of a series of discussions that we're having. We're discussing economic justice today. Obviously, an incredibly important conversation in the South African context, where we are one of the most unequal countries of the world due to the legacy of apartheid. And we believe that not enough has been done yet to reverse the trend and give more people in South Africa access to opportunity that that they can build a prosperous life for themselves. So we just want to say thank you so much for being here, and we really look forward to the inputs today. And that's it from me. I think I'll hand over to Isobel for her presentation. Thanks.
Thank you again for the invitation to come here.
Isobel, may I ask that you speak into the mic? Yes, purely because we do have folks online, and so it picks it up very nicely, and also a recording. So we like to hear you very well. Thank you.
Is that better?
Much better.
It doesn't sound at all different. But here we go. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for hosting this event. I think the dialogues in terms of social justice and okay. I think these dialogues are incredibly important. This is my first engagement with ActionSA, and so I look forward to getting to know your policy process and your positions. I head a not-for-profit research think tank called SPI, Social Policy Initiative. We were initially formed 17 years ago as SPII, Studies in Poverty and Inequality Institute, and we realized in 2020 that that mandate was so large, what we could operate in and seek to achieve and change in was social security as part of social policy. And our work has been around the basic income grant as being part and parcel of social security. I work at NEDLAC as part of community constituency, and so I've been part of the 9-year dialogue process on comprehensive social security change. The position that I bring here is someone who, my background is commercial law. That's what I started off as, and I was struck so this is late 90s, because some of us are a little older than others, by the discrepancy between law and justice in South Africa, which even then the inability of the majority of people to afford legal representation just meant that the constitutional rights were not being met and enjoyed by people. So I then moved to the Black Sash, which is a well-known NGO, which was dealing with social grants at that point in time, because that was before SASSA. That was when social grants were administered through the provinces, and there were huge delays then. And from there, I moved to COSATU, moved up here to Joburg, realized that Cape Town is not South Africa, and that can be on record. And then from COSATU started Social Studies in Poverty and Inequality Institute. Our aim is to use research to get better policies, in short. And we work at a policy level. We call ourselves policy activists, but our research is robust. And our intention is that the rights in the Constitution are realized in order to have a better South Africa. So I think without further ado, if we could, and I'll start my presentation, just to say that last year, SPI commissioned 3 research papers from Duma Krubule into a basic income grant, into employment, and also into economic restructuring. So this presentation is based on that. Duma and I are currently involved in a national consultative process, meeting with leadership from 4 sectors: business, political parties, trade unions, and faith-based organizations. So this consultation came at a really good time, and I trust that these ideas will seek some kind of further dialogue going forward. Right. So basic income grant, an idea whose time has come. If we look at Section 27(1)(c) of the South African Constitution, we see that everyone has the right to social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents, appropriate social assistance. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of these rights. As far back as 1968, Martin Luther King said that I am now convinced that the simplest approach will prove to be the most effective. The solution to poverty is to abolish it directly by a now widely discussed measure, the guaranteed income. Slide. I came to the idea of a basic income grant in 2002 when Vivian Taylor launched the Taylor Report, and it was seen as an integral part of social security. Since then, I've come to realize, to our understanding, that it is actually fundamentally an economic step, an economic recovery stimulus step, first and foremost in South Africa. And if you look at our economic performance, we call it dismal, it's polite. So whichever way one slices the data, the South African economy has performed dismally since 94. GDP per capita has increased only by 22% between 1994 to 2022. By comparison, in local currencies, China increased 783%, Vietnam 337%, Ethiopia 315%, India 285%, Poland 216%. GDP per capita has not grown for 15 years and is projected to decline for another 3 years. By 2025, GDP per capita will be lower than it was in 2007. Many mainstream economists say, well, we can look to solving poverty and unemployment when we grow the economy. We're clearly not going to be growing the economy. And the question is, what else can be done? Sorry, I must, my mother, whenever she listens to me on the radio, she says, there was only 17 ums, darling. So, which doesn't make me more relaxed about ums, but I will try to limit them. On this slide, what we seek to portray is the trend analysis of the state intervention and the impact of active state intervention on the economy. So we can see the GEAR years 1996 to 2002, government spending 2.1% per annum, the post-GEAR boom 5%, and what we call the two lost decades 1.5 was 2009 to 2022. Government spending drops to 1.5%. And we can see down to the second last, or the last white, GDP growth has 1.5%. So GEAR GDP growth was 2.9% in the boom years when government was, post-GEAR boom years, when government was spending 5% per annum. Then we looked at GDP growth of 4.5%. And we can see the GDP per capita growth and the decline in the next. So if we just look at the final point of the final line there, unemployment, because that's one of the critical aspects of our current crisis. So under GEAR was not jobless growth. A lot of people call it that. It wasn't. Unemployment, so there was an increase there to 40.6%. Hang on, no, that's wrong. So basically, unemployment has increased to 40.6%, up from 33% in 1996. In the post-GEAR boom years, we created 3.1 million jobs. Unemployment declined to 5.9%, to 5.9 million people, or 28.7%. Where we are now is unemployment has increased by 6 million people. And I think it's important to put in people. These are not just 6 million jobs or numbers. These are 6 million people to just under 12 million people. Each of that person, or each of those people have hopes and aspirations. Each of those people have got children and parents that they seek to support, but they've also got as great a right as you and I to pursue their aspirations. And I think for me, that's one of the aspects of social justice, is the equality is a myth unless we do something about it. So yeah, we're sitting at an unemployment rate of 42.4%. So the economy grows and creates jobs when government invests in its people and infrastructure. Thanks. So non-viable, unviable, unenviable society. South Africa, 11.9 million unemployed people during the first quarter of this year. Just looking down, breaking and segmenting some of that youth unemployment, and that's 15 to 24, the first youth age category, basically 71.2%. So out of every 10 young people, 7 don't have a job. And we know that unemployment in South Africa is long-term and structural, so 70% unemployment. Once you hit unemployment, you're unlikely to get out. For Africans, 47%, African females even higher at 51%. If you just look at various provinces, Northwest, 54%. and unemployment, we believe that the crisis is a national disgrace. So you can be a researcher, but you can also have passionate views, and that's really our position. It's the most heartbreaking betrayal of the dreams and promises of our liberation. And we believe that government policies have failed people who fought so long for a better life for all. Slide. Again, we know that half the country lives in poverty. We're waiting for the most recent poverty figures. I mean, the poverty figures that we use are 2015. That was the last living conditions survey. And that was before COVID. That was before load shedding. We know that they're going to be much worse. But according to this, in this most unequal country in the world, 1 in 5 people have inadequate access to food. During COVID, 10 million people and 3 million children went hungry. And 1.8 million people, 400,000 children lived in households that had perpetual hunger every day or almost every day. We also know that hunger has direct consequences on human development. Children cannot grow their cognitive ability if they don't have correct nutrition. So when we hear that children are not reading and writing for their age, it's not just the question of teaching and schooling. It's the fact that children do not have the potential they do not have the resources to reach that potential. They will be scarred forever, unable to reach their potential. That's the legacy we give our children. So Johann said we're one of the most unequal countries. No, we are the most unequal country, both in terms of income and in terms of wealth. So the top 10% earned 67% of income. This is World Bank 2022. And Chancellor et al., the top 1% took just over just under 22% of income. Wealth, top 10% earned between 90 and 95% of wealth. That was a 2016 statistic. Top 10% owned, the top 1% owned 55%. And since 1990, the bottom 50% has owned negative wealth. Basically, the indebtedness is such that it grips people in an inability to move. But we will be moving in this presentation. So slide. Just really quickly, it's important to go back to our development plan, the NDP, because it had really bold targets. It was going to grow GDP growth by 5.4%. 11 million jobs were going to be created by 2030. The investment to GDP rate, public investment to GDP rate of 30 and 10%. However, nobody was responsible for achieving these targets. GDP growth, and this is one of the main tenets that you'll hear from this presentation, GDP growth and job creation was subordinate to other macroeconomic policy goals. Treasury focused on debt, Reserve Bank focused on inflation. Nobody focused on GDP growth and job creation. Was meant to be a byproduct. So the shortfalls there, we need 1 trillion rand a year to meet the 30% target and 400 billion rand a year to meet the 10% target. That's not happening. A vision without a plan is a dream or a hallucination. Right, so we identified some critical aspects, what we call a Marshall Plan for South Africa. This year, the presidency, in one of the speeches, said the challenge of unemployment is huge, yet so often initiatives to address it are at the project scale, reaching under 10,000 people. We will never dent unemployment at that rate. And that really is the problem. I spend a lot of time in policy talks at presidency, Treasury, DSD, and unemployment is seen as something which can be solved through initiatives and through projects. People don't fathom the huge divide between our unemployment rate at 42% and the unemployment rate of other developing countries, which is about sort of 12, 13%. That is huge. That's a massive number of jobs, which is just impossible to address. So we must not understand the scale of overlapping crises. We cannot aim a water pistol at a blazing inferno of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Getting 12 million people to work is the equivalent of a war effort, and we don't see that messaging. We don't see that initiative or those resources. We need just under 5%, 4.9% GDP growth just to create jobs for 7,000 new entrants to the labor market each year, not even to touch the 12 million people. There is no single policy that will get the country to full employment. By definition, the policy tools to confront a crisis of this magnitude must be as large and have an impact throughout the economy. Unemployment, poverty, and inequality are macroeconomic policy issues. They cannot be addressed through projects. And so where our research takes us is to the next slide. We say that 2030 is too soon. We need to actually give ourselves a few more years. Vision 2035, a plan for full employment. And we've got 7 points in this plan, which is firstly mobilizing vision with 6% GDP growth target, binding on both the National Treasury and the Reserve Bank. Phasing in a basic income grant over 3 years at the 3 different poverty levels, and I'll talk to that. But in addition to that stimulus, because BIG is an economic stimulus, a universal basic income grant at that magnitude is a shock stimulus that corrects, that primes the economy. And that needs to be followed up by a job guarantee. What we say is amalgamate the public employment programs and create a quasi-public institution with civil society oversight and professional management with capacity to provide 5 million jobs. We want to get people into work. We're not saying just give people money and leave them to be. At the end of the day, people are better off just being given money if you're not going to intervene. But we need to be looking at a serious job agenda. Infrastructure spend, 10 to 15% of public spending. We need to get to 30% of GDP through infrastructure spend. And we need industrial policies. We need to spend 2.5% of GDP on industrial policies. We need to have a specific 1% at least of GDP on black SMMEs. And I think the Mashabas are great examples of how to lead in business. And we need to get quotas for bank lending. The fact that the banks do not fulfill their lending to black SMEs is a travesty, and they do so and pay small fines. Universal public services, we need free quality education and healthcare, public electricity, subsidized mass housing, and green transport. We cannot continue to dilly-dally on the NHI. Health is what people need in order to be productive. And spending on healthcare is what wipes out households' attempts to save. And we need regional integration. This fact that we believe that we can hide behind our borders is nonsense, but it also robs us of economic opportunities. Slide. I want to ask how much time I have. So the mobilizing vision and the plan. Firstly, we need a new macroeconomic policy framework with minimum GDP growth, at minimum a GDP growth target of 6% a year, binding on Treasury and the Reserve Bank. As I've said, we must spend the difference between GDP growth forecasts of 1.5% and 6% of GDP growth. We need to be using state resources to get us to that path. It can't be a laissez-faire approach of hoping that things will happen. Our central bank needs to be developmental with a triple mandate, not just of employment, not just of inflation, but GDP growth, employment, and inflation. We need to fix ESCOM, obviously, and the public pathway to reach renewable energy capacity. We set that out as well. Slide. And we need a basic income grant. So in our research report, which we will share, we considered 8 scenarios and looked at 2 options. The preferred option, and that's the only one that I looked at, is a universal basic income grant for adults and children. And we include children who receive the child support grant because if we don't, the impact, the reach of the stimulus will be much less as households dilute their spending to accommodate the shortfall of children. So we look at the escalated 2021 poverty lines. We escalated for our work. Each year in mid-year, Stat.SA updates the poverty lines, but we couldn't wait for that, so we escalated it ourselves. So we've got a 3-year implementation. The first year is a food poverty line of 655 Rand per person per month. The next year, 982 Rand per person per month. And by 2025, depending and the third year, the outer year, the upper bound poverty line of 1,546 Rand per person per month. Every person in South Africa gets a basic income grant. It's unconditional. You don't lose it if you start making money. It's a guarantee, and it gets clawed back. It would cost 547.8 billion Rand over the 3 years. So that's cumulative. That's not per annum. We must distinguish between gross and net costs. Our research shows how almost 50% of the cost returns to government through VAT. More expenditure, because basically the poor spend, they don't save. So everything is spent. VAT is increased and included on that. For all of those who earn over a certain threshold, that will be clawed back through the SARS system. So it's universal, but we use SARS to do the targeting. So we don't use DSD to say how poor are you. we say SARS will take back from everyone who earns over the tax threshold. And so you get no unintended exclusions. We also will have higher tax revenues due to the stimulus effect. So that's where the industrial policy comes in. We start aiming, if people are eating baked beans, we start producing baked beans. More baked beans are bought in South Africa. And so we have higher tax revenues again as a result of the expansion of our productive and manufacturing capacity. Slide. So we look at the equivalent of to 2.5% of projected GDP of 21.8 billion rand over 3 years. We also say that if households discover that it would cost 2.5% of their income to eliminate black tax, we believe that many people would pay it without batting an eyelid. Those for people who do pay tax. We also need to acknowledge that South Africa debt ratio, notwithstanding what Treasury and the Reserve Bank says, is not high by international standards. We would increase the debt ratio by between 2.4 and 3.1%, which is a small price to pay for a policy that would eliminate income poverty. So the first stimulus would be of between 2.5 and 3.8% of GDP. The growth rate would then increase to between 4.3 and 5.6%, which is the quickest way to get to a 6% GDP growth rate. Even in that first stimulus, we would create between 1.6 and 2.1 billion jobs, which is far higher than Treasury's dire baseline forecast of 640,000 jobs that would be created with a growth rate of 1.8%. And this would be the first dignity floor below which no South African would fall. Slide. But we need to sustain the big until it starts sustaining itself. So during this implementation period, government must put in measures to lock in higher GDP growth. And so what we've done in our paper is to simulate a second stimulus that will increase spending on infrastructure, industrial policies that increase employment intensity of growth and public employment programs, because we have to be very intentional about the fact that our growth must be locked into job creation. We've mentioned the quasi-public institution, amalgamating public employment programs of Jobs Fund, National Youth Service, Public Employment Services, which are currently being run by the Department of Employment and Labour and Harambee. Also looking at Public Employment Service, EPWP, Extended Public Works Program, Community Works Program. They've got a budget of 17 billion rand per annum. And with that, they create 1.8 million work opportunities, which means you have 3 months chance to do a public work, or 900,000 full-time equivalents. Those are very expensive. We don't say they're not doing a good job, but we think they could be more efficient. We also think from our analysis that we need to abolish the the employment tax incentive, which is also known as youth wage subsidy. It does not work. It's incredibly costly, 7 billion rand. It's been extended twice without a proper analysis done, which we believe is a very rash way to look at one of the most critical policy areas that we need. And yes, to develop the capacity to create 5 million full-time equivalent jobs within 5 years. And this is one of our more radical analysis. It makes the universal basic income grant look quite conservative by comparison. We believe a job guarantee at 5,000 rand a month indexed to inflation would create a second dignity floor for private sector wages and lift millions of people out of poverty, precarious and exploitative work. It would also create the economic demand, which would then sustain future financing of a basic income grant. Slide. I leave you with costs, which are on the slide. So as we can see there, if you look down to line 7, under 2025 to 2026, as I've said, so that's the third year, the cumulative spend on a decent upper bound poverty line indexed universal basic income grant is 547 billion rand. We also look, however, we put in there the stimulus, our conservative stimulus, so that's really the multiplier, would bring in approximately 235 billion rand. And if you look at a stimulus of 1.5 over 3 years cumulatively, that could net 352.5 billion. Slide. We looking at the financing of the big and the CSG. there are a number of ways in which we believe that the price tag will be met. So we look at a gross cost of 70% uptake, because we know that not all social security benefits are taken up. Looking at VAT, so that's 12%, because we've discounted the already zero-rated items, which a lot of people, poorer people, spend. So 77. I'm not going to run through all of this, but you can see that this is a very detailed econometric model, and the results are in our papers. The stimulus to the increase in tax revenue, interest payment, net financing. Net financing as percentage of gross costs, which is 45.4%, and the net cost of 352.5 billion. Slide. Right, so we know someone who said that. It's the economy, stupid. When we're looking at the funding of the basic income grant, a big is affordable with a higher GDP growth rate. If the primary objective is economic recovery, there should be no funding beyond the 50% of self-financing. So in other words, what we're saying here is we don't believe we should be taxing in order to fund this. We believe that we should be financing it through other means. The big is not affordable within the current path of low GDP growth and austerity. Therefore, we need to look at ways of making sure that we reach that GDP growth. So if the primary objective of a BIG is redistribution, financing through new taxes, this will impede economic recovery. It will retain harmful austerity and it will make big unaffordable. There can be taxes on the top 1% who don't spend their income into the economy. But taxes must not impede economic recovery. This must be reduced, have an impact on reducing inequality, but it is not necessary to fund the BIG. And the final slide will show that there are a number of ways which we set out in full in the paper of financing a stimulus. So that's what this is. It's financing a stimulus. It's not financing poverty alleviation. It's not charity. It's investing in the economy. Looking at monetary finance, looking at central bank lending, quantitative easing, increased borrowing. We've shown that our debt is low. It's affordable. We have massive excess foreign exchange reserves that are sitting there. PIC lending, GEPF. Ours is the only one of the few pension funds left in the world that is fully funded. We do not need to have a fully funded pension fund. We are not going to have the entire civil service retiring tomorrow and needing to be paid out. The new people, as new people come in, they pay. So there's a vast amount there that can be freed up in order to get the initial financing into the Marshall Plan that we set out here. Wealth taxes, as we said, we're not opposed to that. Idle wealth sits and does nothing. And then also looking at the current debate, the ongoing debate on prescribed assets as a developmental financial sector. Why is it that all our pension funds have the right to invest everything overseas? Should there not be prescribed assets in South Africa? So just double check. There are no more slides, are there? No. So thank you very much for your attention. What I do want to conclude with saying is one of the asks that Duma and I are doing in our meetings with political parties is to say we believe that a basic income grant is of such a national magnitude. We would like there to be a commitment to it being a non-partisan issue. So not a political football for the elections, because we know we've met with a number of parties and they're trying to sneak into political manifestos what they call a big. We're also very adamant that a basic income grant, by our definition, is not a small nyana. It is an unconditional, universal, decent monthly grant linked to the upper bound poverty line that goes to everybody. It's not an unemployment grant. The thing about targeted grants is that they create a disincentive. And we've seen that with the 350 grant from the research we've done. As soon as people have used it to start making money, it gets taken away. I did a study of someone in Graskop who used it he was a builder, unemployed, and he used it to get credit from the hardware store. He was building a house when his grant stopped. He showed me the cement bricks that were still there. He couldn't continue because he didn't have that surety from the state, which the hardware store took. It didn't take his promise that maybe I'll get a job next month. That cut. The other thing is, if you look at the stats here, say, the 350 Rand statistics, 52% of the people of the 8 million people getting the grant in July had never been employed before. This is not a short-term aberration. These are adults. just under 800,000 are graduates. 5 million have matric, nothing more. 5 million have grade 10 and no matric. These are not people who will be easily lifted into available jobs. There is no demand. We need to look at lifting people from the bottom out of poverty and enabling people to live a decent life. So in closing, just to repeat, if this debate could be non-partisan but be seen as a national interest, I think that would be one of our big asks to ActionSA. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so very much, Isobel. Thank you very much. We really, really appreciate your insights. May I welcome or ask Seth Naicker from Heartlines to give us his presentation. Do you have a presentation or are you just going to speak? Okay, he's going to have speaking points. So, Seth, take it away. There's a mic right there in front of you.
Sound check 1, 2. Always wanted to do that. We can maybe put up one of our promo videos, maybe in general. So I'll hand over to Lerato when I'm done with the talking points, if that's okay. And that's just a video insert, so Lerato can send it over to Johann. But good morning, everybody, and thank you for the honor to be with you. Myself and Lerato are here with our organizational capacity in what we do in the organization of Heartlines. Heartlines is a non-profit organization, and we are known for, some of you may know some of our award-winning films, and I know you enjoyed them. I'm seeing our spokesperson nodding their heads. And we use themes, values-based themes, and insert them into what one would call media productions. And so if you've watched a movie like Nothing for Mahala, and since we're talking around economic justice, we use that film to inspire, mobilize, and inform people around what we talk about values and money in South Africa. And so through our films, we bring across messaging, and most of our ongoing projects take their cue through what we would consider well-researched projects. So we begin our projects with great research, and the idea is that Heartlines has been involved for the years that you've known us and seen us in South Africa to inspire our country, inspire leaders, but actually to, look at what's wrong and to promote what's right so that we can actually fix what's wrong. And in light of us being here, we'd like to use this platform today to possibly speak to ActionSA in light of projects that can be linked up to a process, because project upon project upon project can actually lead to a long-term process. So if I think in an NGO world of every community-based development project, people are out there on the hustle, making a plan to get by as we speak. And my colleague has already given us the proper address of unemployment and poverty. We know that this is it's a reality for our people. We know that we are living now post, the names that we shall not mention, but COVID-19, and the further exacerbation that was already there. Heartlines has been in that space of doing people leadership culture work and reaching people at the point of where they can be, largely by inspiring leaders to take action, inspiring people to move into that space of actually saying, can we make positive impact? And how would we then think about that impact? Well, values. And this might seem like it's a soft ad, but it's not a soft ad. If people don't have principles, codes, and conducts, and so someone would say, but look at these folk, they're just lazy. And our approach at Heartlines would say, no, hang on a second. Give a person a chance. So, for example, if you gave us counselors who seem to be quite out of whack, we believe that if we gave them focused time on training, values are actually a considered piece where, yes, it's a heart issue, but it's also a mind issue. A person might have the intellectual learning to say, well, I'm a project manager, but doesn't know the practice thereof and what values and ethics can impact that. So if we think about what's happening in our waterworks or what's happening in, Hammanskraal, people are there that are watching systems go by day, and this ends up impacting our economic life. It ends up impacting people's space in what they do. So as we think about that, the one thing we want to put on the table is our Values and Money project. And this is, again, like my colleague has already said, it's in a non-partisan offer. Heartlines is open to partner with all people and all organizations. But the Values and Money project allows us to do further education and training all across this country. And we've been on this, if I can say, I mean, back in the early days of the early mid-20s, after the World Cup 2010, Heartlines has been mobilizing with the movie Nothing for Mahala, and then the project that we rolled out all across the country is Values and Money. People may ask, but what does this do? Well, it inspires young people in schools across the country to begin to think around what are their values when they think about money? What can they do with their monies? How can they operate with their money? So we talk about values like this: honesty in earning, responsibility in spending, wisdom in borrowing, self-control in saving, and generosity in giving. Now people would say, but what's the use you talking to unemployed people, people that are lacking income? But if they have values to understand what is the little that I can have that I have in my hand, what can I do with that little, we can actually make that positive impact. So we have partners, corporate partners that have partnered with us, and we'd go out into these communities and educate around values, dialogue, values that allow people to enter into that space of building their lives. So that's, if you can say with me, can I have you say with me, like in presentation style talking, say values and money. And remember this connection to nothing for Mahala. Things are not for free, but how can we make impact? And the soft stuff that you think is soft is actually the stuff that can take us a distance. The next thing that I want to say in a talking point to you is our Fathers Matter project. And this we have, we just ran a few campaigns in 2021, 2022. Lerato is a part of our team that actually anchors in the productions that we do. We've created six films that address the Fathers Matter issue in this country. Why do we put it on the table? Well, it's reported, and this is some of our colleagues that we know, like Sonke Jenna Justice, would talk to us about the lack of access of income and monies of fathers in our society. And in 2021, they spoke about, yes, poverty at 56% and 33% undermine men's involvement in families. If you had to ask us at Heartlines how we talk about this, well, culturally, men are already locked out because if they can't provide, they can't have access to their communities. So you talk about Nhlahulo. English doesn't do well, it talks about it in damages. But if they cannot provide, they can't have access to their children. Part of that research has allowed us to understand, well, these fathers are not only affected by their lack of money, but also in their mental well-being. And we talk about the active, positive presence of fathers. Now, make that clear. Active, positive presence. Sometimes fathers are present, but they're quite negative. And I say this humbly to you, even as at our team at Heartlines, as we work together, we as fathers are having to think about, well, how am I there? Am I actually involved? So sometimes the presence of a father can be negative. But we know that 60% of our young people in our country are growing up without their fathers. So this project has been targeted around the Fathers Matter program. And if ActionSA in their policies really think about this, if we talk about Alcoholics Anonymous work across the country, very little budget has been offered towards the address or the reparations or the pains and the traumas of men in our society. This is not to negate women and what mothers are doing. It doesn't mean that you don't have a father that's a life sentence. But let's be honest, many women in our society are holding our community together in economic troubling times. So some of the shift is that when a father or a man is positively present, understanding his role, they can actually make impact. And what does it do for our children? Well, it allows our children to know who they are. It allows our children to have a better sense of what they can be about, their belonging, their sense of who they are. And the long term, whether I have money or not, but if I begin to believe in myself, I can make access. Now, that's not the truth completely for everybody, because some of our kids can end up being superstars, right? And the system in our current South Africa, which is by and large still very racialized, will pick up the superstars. So my colleague is quite right. We need macro level. Can you imagine for a moment if a political party got to presidency and took serious this reality to say, let us find partners, if it be like Heartlines, that are actually project-based movements that can be impacted by what we can do with budget to roll out programs that can make the desired impact. So I spoke to you about values and money. I've now addressed with you Fathers Matter. Can you say with me, Andre? Is it Andre, right? Strategist, Fathers Matter. Now we're talking, baby. Now we're talking. So the other one that we talk about is what's your story? And if we think about that, like I remember going with Garth Jafford, Dr. Garth Jafford, our CEO, to meet with a campus in Mangaung. And Dr. Jansen kind of said, but this sounds weak. And I hear him, because when you think about us telling stories, what's the power of stories? But we've documented that and we've done work around it, that actually when you hold your story, Brené Brown in her work says, if you embrace your story, then you have the power not to be running around looking for your worthiness. And think about that. Economic disparity, economic diminishment of our society leaves people feeling like they are nothing. It's when political parties can come and say, oh no, let's fill the stadium, we'll give you a little grant. What does a grant do? You're just borrowing their numbers. An election cycle is very tiring around the fact that we just use people to get into stadiums. And so yes, other political parties throw up amazing, they got big budgets, they did it even in the weekend. Congratulations to them on the productions, right? However, what lingo, what language ends up going? Because imagine when we did some work with young people across the country, you ask a young person who graduated in 2000, when I got to them in some of the work that we did with Heartlines across the country in the Cape and even in Johannesburg around the Football World Cup, we asked these young people, well, how are you being an entrepreneur? The guy is selling ice creams, selling little stock sweets. Is that the worth of the involvement of our young people in the intelligence? No. But is he doing good by his family? Yes, with the little that he has in his hand. But we cannot leave it just there. We need some systemic flow that allows us to go the distance. So with our What's Your Story program, we have been able to work with people through what we call the wounds of what they are dealing with. And one may say, but this sounds too, touchy-feely. Well, you can go to corporate spaces, and I can even suggest even our previous president needed some of that soul therapy work. People are in places of power, but don't know how to activate themselves. And what do they end up doing? When they got the access, they don't even have the imagination to make impact. Heartlines, through our work and through our What's Your Story work, has been able to reach out to leaders across the country, creating what we call bridge leaderships. And in that place, can you imagine, 30 leaders are in a room from around the country. We start talking about social impact, and when they leave a 2-day process, they go and inspire some change. Around the riots in 2021, we were able to do some peace work that inspired young people and leaders to get onto programmatic work that will get them towards thinking about how do we impact. So think about a church in a place like Phoenix, and we say to that pastor, is every grade 10 student here afforded the possibility to get to grade 12? They start thinking differently around their money. They start thinking differently around what they're doing with their resources. By the end of that year, we can see that a local church pastor saying, hey, these young people are our people. What can we do for them better with our resources? So you see this power of What's Your Story. The last thing I think that I'll reflect with you all on is what Heartlines did in what we called a collaborative effort with a beverage industry company, and then what we call an economic ecosystemic foundation. And the idea was here that if we could get values, which people would say is a soft touch, into the training space of women that would be owners of franchises across the country, owning a franchise to drive what the industry, the beverage industry companies or the yogurt companies wanted to get into the townships across the country. Our idea was that we would have 300 mothers, so focally on mothers, young mothers, middle-aged mothers, and we tested the project to say if we got them impacted and they owned the business, then we know what we did. They were able to secure a solid income because the drinks industry, and depending on what drinks you're selling, it's funny that some businesses don't get affected even if it's COVID-19, right? But the reality is there that we knew if we could put in proper quality products into people's franchises that we could do this. So Heartlines partnered with this economic systemic foundation. This was the unfortunate reality, and I haven't mentioned names, that the capital gain partners wanted to take 80% of the money and use it towards fixed assets. So there is corruption in our industries as well. And we had to decide and say, no, we tested the project as far as we can, but if this is the way you're going to go, we can't go. But can you imagine if, for example, in the policies of ActionSA becomes this reality of saying, how do we put monies into the hands of people that can make turnaround with their efforts? And so entrepreneurship is important in our country, but we just pay it very weak attention, very, very weak attention. Not giving access, not giving guidance. I mean, some of the top CEOs in our country are not superstars. They've had top education. They've studied in places. And sometimes they're not even as intelligent as some of our entrepreneurs. What are they? Some of them have grown up with golden spoon access. And even if they make mistakes and they're useless at their job, they'll still be written up as successful. And yet we have young people in our country that have ideas. And they keep sweating out there, trying to push through, but they don't make it. Well, people like Heartlines and the organization that we run have been sweating alongside them with the little that we have in our hand. Can you imagine if we had more? Not to be corrupt with it, but to use our values well to make impact. So friends, that's just our offering around, using this platform to say that we want to be partners with you all, and in a non-partisan way. I like that lingo, because at the end of the day, we're not here to govern the land. But what we are here to do is to continue doing our work whether government and political parties do their work or not. We are inspired, and I think every one of us can agree. When COVID-19 was in play, community-based organizations like Heartlines and many others got into action of making sure food was out there, making sure people had their grants at the door, making sure that we defied even the police. So we really appreciate this time of being with you. And as I close out, I'll hand over to my esteemed colleague, Lerato. And I think he can just tell you in closing around what we have, and then possibly if there's a video that he has as well. Thank you, Lerato.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you, ActionSA, for having us. Really a privilege to be able to contribute to, your next steps as an organization. I'll take maybe 10 seconds. I was going to send a file, but it's 272 MBs. There's a lot of videos. We're a media company, so we'll leave you guys with our website. I think just to get back, so I'm part of the Fathers Matter. We run 3-4 projects in Heartlines. I'm part of Fathers Matter project within Heartlines. And I think one of the things that I would like a party like an ActionSA to look at is really the historical wound from the migrant labor system that took fathers away from their homes, and as they were building job works, their families were disintegrating. That's a historical injustice that as a country we've never looked at and redressed. And I'd like for you guys to do that. We as an organization are in the reformation process trying to work with fathers who want to be in their families, but they cannot because of economic. Fathers are not working. Fathers are really not working. And we have some cultural practices, we have some economic practices that are keeping them away from the home, keeping them away from being involved in the lives of their children. So I'd really like for us to have a national imbizo around the migrant labor system. We run workshops across the country. I was talking to a grandmother who's 83 years old who was affected by the migrant labor system, never got to grow up with a father in the home. She said communities of people in their old age who have a fatherhood because of the migrant labor system. So if we can really look at that, that would be so powerful. Again, if we make the focus the children, Fathers Matter, our slogan is the active and positive presence of fathers and men in the lives of children. Children need the presence of a father in their lives. And if we could do it from an economic standpoint of view, but also as Seth, my colleague, was saying, if we can find a way to return to values as a society, values. I know we have different ways of addressing or communicating or even expressing what family looks like in 2023. But we need not ignore fathers, the role of fathers in the lives of children. I think also a return to a values-based approach within our governing structures, our educational sector, and civil society as a whole. We believe that it's imperative that we return to principles of living out positive values that will make a greater impact in our families and our communities. While we need to actively work towards creating more access to opportunities and resources, our education system, workplaces, and organizational governing structures should be equipped with training for values-based management of finances and the allocation of resources. If that level of training doesn't happen at a governmental level, then we don't really have hope in handling resources and disseminating them across the country. So we are here to partner, as my colleague was saying, and practical steps rather than rhetoric. Thank you.
Yes. So I've asked Johann to please play this video, and then I'll close out with a word of closing. So please watch this with us. Is it going to come up on here, Johann? Thank you.
Just to give context, do you want to give context? Go for this. Is this on? Yeah. So just to give context, we partnered with the SABC last year, September. We had been working over a year pitching the series to them. We said we need a national conversation around fatherhood. We know fatherhood is in a crisis. You know, from the pre-apartheid times, we have a fatherhood crisis. So we pitched the series to the SABC, 6 short films that were informed by our research. You know, we had formative research in 2019. And so, oh my goodness, my voice. Is that how I sound? Come on. So we partnered with the SABC in hopes that we would generate a national conversation around fatherhood. So from last year, September, we had 6 short films that were playing on SABC prime time, and then we were able to renegotiate it again during Father's Day month of June to have 6 short films playing across SABC. As Heartlines, we don't just put the films, fold our hands and clap. We were mobilizing communities in 9 provinces across South Africa, using these films as a beginning of a starting of a discussion across the country around fatherhood. So we were able to mobilize communities, churches, workplace environments, schools in the conversation of fatherhood. We're waiting to see, but last year we had about 3 million South Africans watch the 6 short film series. And we're hoping initiatives such as this can go a long way in really getting us as a nation to deal with this crisis. Fatherhood crisis, but beyond that, just a return to values. And I think media has an opportunity to play a big role in that conversation. So this is the trailer of the 6 short films. Brilliant scripts that were written by award-winning writers. We gave them a pile of research and said, are you able to turn this into compelling drama, compelling narrative? And this is what they were able to come up with.
So thank you for watching it with us. I mean, that's just the trailer. we would like to offer it to you all. So even my colleague that spoke from this said these are packaged resources that are ready to reach organizations. Whether we get partnered with or not, I think Heartlines is in the long range of making positive impact in our country, values-based positive impact. But they can be used to start a conversation. While Lerato and I were on this campaign in June, I want to tell you one life story of a gentleman who heard us on a radio conversation following the series. And he called in and said, you know, today my heart has been pricked. And continued to tell of how he has been dislocated from his family for many years, and just listening to the importance of his role and what he's required to do and what he can do, he's now going to start a journey of reconciliation. Using the art forms as we do is putting out messaging that can reach people. Can you imagine if we partner around economic justice in this way? We have ready resources, like the values and money stuff is ready. It can be adapted. It can be utilized in a way that we can actually make things happen. We have a training unit that can actually get out to people in this way. So by way of Heartlines and our executive leadership, myself and Lerato are really honored to be with you. And whatever we can do in a non-partisan way to affect positive change in our country. Because at the end of the day, when election cycles are over, whoever wins, we have to get together as a united country and do the work that ultimately needs to bring what we would say values-based positive social impact in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much from Heartlines. I, as the Q Marshal, I'm very cognizant of time. Thank you very much, Lerato, to you for your work. Thank you, Seth. We appreciate it. Johann, can we go online now? Can we have Dr. Francois Stofberg? Are you poised and ready to talk to us? Let's hear. Can we have a sound check?
Always ready. Am I here?
Fantastic. Are we able
Hello.
to see your face? We do have...
I hope you can see my face. It's not a very pretty face.
We do have... Oh, there you go. Fantastic. All right, welcome. Take it away. I am cognizant of time, so I'm hoping that going forward, this is what happens when you are the latter speakers.
I'm quick, don't worry.
We become very stringent on time. We do have another panel, so I'm going to ask that we be efficient with time. Thank you very much.
Our company's name is Efficient Private Clients, so yeah, that's kind of what we do, don't worry. I don't know if you can see the presentation, but I'm going to present it anyway. I think it anchors the conversation quite well.
We sure can.
Just a slide. We want to talk about economic justice, so some of the seminal research that we've been looking at the Efficient Group. I'm part of a larger company. I work with Dawie Ruet. He's the chief economist of the group. I'm the chief economist of the wealth division. So in terms of participative justice, equal access to private property, that's a key word, especially in today's terms, and opportunities, of course. And I think what I want to touch on especially today is how we can create those opportunities. And I really enjoyed the previous speakers really hammering on this point that, it is actually all about creating, jobs through creating a larger economy. There's another way of measuring the economy. It's not just about what we spend, but it's also on incomes. So if the economy isn't growing, it means incomes aren't growing. And that's also some of the statistics that are already mentioned. So important, however, is equal access and not equal result. Equal results speak of charity, which is a result of redistributive policies, which I'm going to address today. And redistributive policies are unable to create opportunities like wealth creative policies can. Professor Munga, who was recently at UNISA, he published seminal work in the top economic journals around the world to explain and prove quite conclusively that the wealth creative policies that we have been following and are following in South Africa cannot create wealth. They cannot increase incomes or the overall size of the economy. And a lot of my research then for my dissertation revolved around that and trying to find better alternatives. Distributive justice, I think there we're doing actually quite well. In net, we haven't reached the results that we wanted to, but it's the reason we haven't reached the results in terms of redistribution from a Gini coefficient is because the vehicle that we've used to get there, redistributive policies, based and revolving around BE, is not sufficient. It's necessary, but not sufficient to get us to a point where Gini coefficient can actually come down and incomes actually increase. Currently, we have about 15% of the population. If you include companies, it falls dramatically to about 7 or 8% of the population looking after the rest, the 90+%, in terms of income distributions, taxes, etc. We did a study a while back to show that for each household in South Africa earning more than 3 million, 15 people are held alive or kept alive through grants, through subsidies, etc. So you don't want them to immigrate like they have, according to the Africa Wealth Report. And then social justice, I think the point here that I just want to touch on is in terms of what is fair, very hot topic, not just locally, but globally as well. What is fair? And the best models for this creation of this idea of fair in a way that actually creates just or justice, if you want to call it that, from an economic perspective, from an income perspective, and I'll show examples now, is to have a government playing a central role. Might be funny to hear something like that coming from an economist, but government playing a central role with market intervention. And I think this is where South Africa's policies have been missing it out completely, or missing the mark completely, is our government intervention has no market oversight. It's not linked to productivity, it's not linked to surplus, it's not linked to any measurable way of keeping ourselves and those around us accountable, unlike the successful Asian and Southeast Asian countries like China, which I'll touch on now. But a very important other example is South Korea, who used a similar approach, but not with the authoritative nature of the Chinese government. South Africa's approach. So we always try to keep things very simple. If you want to read our research reports, they're a lot more technical and academic. So we can speak academics, but we don't like doing that in presentations because it's boring. So South Africa's approach to justice, for almost 30 years, we've used mostly or only basically redistributive policies. What is that? Redistributive policies revolve around and are tied to BEE, distribution and not creation, grants, subsidies, tenders, cater deployment, and all that. And almost no wealth creative policies. Sorry, ma'am, I forgot your name, the lady that presented first, but amazing stats. She mentioned everything, so she made my job a lot easier. But we are not spending nearly enough effectively on wealth creative policies. And I think that's the key word there, is effective spending. In aggregate, if we express it as a percentage of GDP, we are spending of the highest in the world on education and healthcare. According to Timms and Pulls, we have the worst education results in the world. We have the worst literacy rates for 11 years and younger. We have the worst math results, and the second worst science results in the world. We have the worst healthcare on aggregate, not private healthcare, on aggregate in South Africa. It's the Philips Health Study that's published almost annually. And they look at many different countries. We have the worst health results. And we know that, well, we don't have to talk about how our infrastructure is faring in South Africa. South Africa's results, still the most unequal country, the highest unemployment rate. I was shocked, actually, because our unemployment is still higher than Venezuela. That is, in fact, a failed state. We have more than 50% of our population live in poverty. And also didn't know it was that bad to that extent. Life expectancy is unchanged. This is a very important measure. Often I prefer life expectancy over something like GDP, because life expectancy is the cumulative success rate of a country. Are your people able to live longer? And of course, then there are things like the freedom index, the happiness index, and all that. But I think life expectancy being unchanged kind of tells the whole story. And then GDP per capita, thank you once again also for mentioning that earlier. You can see a slight increase over the last almost 30 years of 33%. Now, the Chinese approach, and it's not just China, I just chose them because everybody knows China. If I used South Korea, if I used Indonesia, if I used India, it's a little less known. If I used even Saudi Arabia or the Emiratis, it wouldn't pack the same punch. So what did they do? These countries do. They used wealth creative policies. Now, wealth creative policies are tied to economic principles like productivity and surplus, effectiveness, efficiencies, market movements, etc. So how does the decisions that I make impact on the market? Because the market is the best indicator for success. Is what is what I'm doing leading to a measurable result? And one of the best feedback loops is the market, because if you do something wrong, you lose clients. If you lose clients, you lose money. If you lose money, you lose your job. Even redistributive policies, and I added this specifically because China did have redistributive policies. They distributed land, but land was never redistributed for subsistence farming. It was never redistributed to adjust for past whatever happened. It was never redistributed to give for the sake of giving, for charity reasons. It was given for the reason of productivity and surplus. And most of the other countries as well, through their subsidies and through their subsidies systems, they created companies after 30 years like Samsung and Kia in South Korea. So they did get state support, these countries. How it worked is, it's now almost 40 years ago. It was 25 to 30 companies initially got subsidies to start building cars in South Korea. And then after each year, they had very stringent KPIs that they had to reach. After 10 years of local protection, they were forced to do export subsidies as well. So if they did not reach their export targets, that means that they were competitive in the export markets. They stopped receiving the subsidies as well. And after 30 years, we had Kia, the largest, one of the largest, well, I think it's now the largest car manufacturer in the world, and Samsung, the largest electronics firm in the world. But all tied to market efficiencies. And then all policies were set against export discipline, which I explained now. And in this way, amongst others, all recipients and all civil servants were held and are still held radically accountable. And I think that's the key word in terms of accountability. What happened there, we all know the story. After 40 years, 800 million people out of poverty, life expectancy, that aggregate measure improved remarkably. Access to world-class healthcare education, you can go and Google this, top 500 universities in the world. Many are now from China, Hong Kong, etc. And then GDP per capita, ours increased 33%, theirs increased 3,150%. The same with the Emiratis, also close to that. Saudi, also close to that. South Korea, also close to that. The time periods just change. So I think that about sums it up for my presentation from a broad aggregate perspective. I think the debate that we've been having internally and with media and elsewhere in academics is to try and understand the approach towards creating more to be distributed. I think for too long, our focus has been on redistribution and not creation. And you cannot create more by redistributing, as the seminal research on the topic clearly shows. So we are very in favor, I think, about the previous suggestions that were made in terms of changing policy towards a way that we can create more wealth, more incomes, the tied to economic performance, and through that, and in that way, we can create more jobs. Thank you.
Fantastic. That was super, super, super efficient. You are very poised for the name of your company and your organization. Thank you very much, Dr. Stofberg, for your insights. I think we should stay online. If we can go to Karen Jooste for RightfulShare. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes, I'm still here.
Great.
I'm
Thank you.
Here.
Yeah, we're happy to see your face. Welcome. Thank you. Do you have a presentation to flight?
Okay. Yes, I do. Let me just share my screen. Can you still, if I share my screen, can you still see me?
Yes, we'll see you in the corner somewhere. But we can see you, that's fine. Fantastic. Take it away. Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Karen Jooste. Thank you very much for inviting me to sort of be part of this. It's really nice to see the presentations and to hear about all these wonderful initiatives going around in the country. So a little bit of background. I was a member of parliament previously. I served in parliament for 10 years. And during that time, I wrote a very unique social justice policy, which it draws on the idea of basic income, but it is very specifically sort of tailored for our political and economic conditions. I wasn't always a believer of basic income. I should add that. You know, like most politicians, I was saying, you know, more jobs, less grants. But over a period of several years, my perspective changed. But to cut a long story short, the policy didn't get a lot of traction in Parliament. So in 2020, I decided to establish RightfulShare and Income Movement. And we are a non-profit operating in a very small town called Groblershoek in my home province, the Northern Cape. And what we do is we distribute a digital, a crypto basic income. And then we use the token to create a complementary economy in town to illustrate the impact on entrepreneurship and innovation when people have easier, more fair access to the economy and, a basic amount of cash to actually meaningfully participate in the economy. Let me just, okay, yes. So the overall objective of RightfulShare has always remained the same. It is to sort of give ordinary South Africans their rightful share of the economy. Why is that necessary? Well, because it's the right thing to do. I mean, I believe, same as many people that are here, that people have inherent talent, they have inherent dignity, and they need that basic amount of cash to develop the capability to create their own opportunities. It is also important because of our past, and it is also important because of our future and blockchain technology. Blockchain technology has the power to completely revolutionize and reform economies such as this one, rural economies such as Groblershoek, through access to financial services, better governance, there's more transparency, there's better records, access to new markets. And I think South Africans would appreciate it. It really limits the possibilities of corruption. But so this is one of my favorite images, and I think it will probably remain like that for the rest of my life. It's a really great achievement. What we did is we established Groblershoek in the metaverse. I think we're probably the first and the first South African town that has representativeness in the metaverse already. But what it exemplifies is how we can use all these new technologies. This wouldn't have been possible a few years ago, to bring such exciting and new opportunities right to the doorstep of people living in isolated communities such as Groblershoek. I mean, it's not like as a country we haven't tried to create a more socially just society. I mean, our largest and most comprehensive policy, BEE, was intended to do exactly that. And noble as the aim might have been, unfortunately, in its application, it has ended up enriching a small elite. And there has been counter proposals. Anthea Jeffrey proposed sort of this economic development of the disadvantaged. And then the Democratic Alliance has also proposed, what they call equal opportunities through sustainable development goals. But, I mean, if you would evaluate these sort of frameworks based on social justice principles, I mean, they do fall short. If you look at, for example, the security principles, are they protecting the interests of the most vulnerable in society? The paternalism test, is it imposing controls on some groups that are not imposed on the most free in society? And then also the rights, not charity principle. Is it enhancing people's rights, those that are the beneficiaries, and is it curbing the discretionary power of the providers? But, also on a very more practical level, I mean, all three of these are extremely state-centric, they're very bureaucratic, they're very top-down, and in my view, also very siloed and sort of a pick-and-choose approach, when what we need in South Africa is a systems approach, which brings me then to why, I believe we need a digital basic income. It stems from a systems approach, and it is aimed at structural change. It also aligns with social justice principles, and it puts people right. It puts people right in the center. Yeah. And if it's framed correctly, I should emphasize that, if it is framed correctly, it really has the ability to speak to the hearts and minds of young South Africans. And the reason for that is because it acknowledges and it resolves the crises that they experience on a daily basis. What are these crises? Well, crises, it's the crisis of work. And that is much more than unemployment. It is the fact that 1/3 of employed South Africans can't meet their basic needs. I mean, a food basket for a family of 4 costs more than the minimum wage. So the takeaway from this is that, you know, many people that can and want to work won't find a job, but even if you get one, it's not necessarily a sure way out of poverty. What we need to get at is people need to be able to diversify the income streams. And this is exactly what a digital basic income does, because it provides you with that financial floor, which is very different than a safety net. It provides you with a floor from which people can take risks and they can experiment and they can plan. The crisis of welfare, well, I mean, basically, there is no support for able-bodied working age adults. Apart from these inefficient workfare programs and, I mean, the SRD grant, which has very unfortunately become sort of synonymous with basic income. All right. So why is our approach? I mean, I think if I have to say, why is this approach so effective? Because it deals with income inequality directly. I mean, we get money directly to our most important economic players, micro entrepreneurs and creators, and we do it on chain. So there's no space for corruption. It is a system built on trust, on people, choice, and freedom, and it allows everyone to pursue their dreams. And it is exactly because of this sort of simplicity and the emphasis on trust in people, which I think, you know, makes this project so groundbreaking. And the model, I don't really like the word revolutionary, but all right, revolutionary, for lack of a better word. What it also does, it allows us to tap into what I would call the new frontiers of economic growth in South Africa, the informal economy. Massive, massive opportunities in the informal economy. Cryptos, we saw 1,200% increase in crypto payments in 1 year in Africa. Lots of young people, millions of young people. And then, of course, all the opportunities that are coming with Web3, the metaverse, etc. So this is such a wonderful combination if you have a policy that can sort of pull stuff together. Like I said, you know, it's cost effective. You cut out all middleman. It's transparent. It's on-chain, easily scalable. It's based on proven results. I mean, it was mentioned before. There's I think there's about 100 pilots now going on in America. There's been in India. There's a lot going on in Kenya. There was in Namibia. I mean, and I think you probably, if you want to choose one specific pilot that could probably, of which you can use the results for South Africa, I think the Indian one would be best, which was a very robust evaluation study. And I mean, what it showed is that people who received this sort of basic income reduced their debt, increased their savings, increased their economic activity. And, you know, this is the nice thing about a basic income. It has a compounding impact. So you do that one thing and you immediately speak to nutrition, health, education, etc. You know, my argument is always, you know, we have many projects going on, but no income, no outcome. This is a little bit about how our project actually works. So it's initiated on an open platform. So everyone in the community can open up digital wallets. And then they claim a very small amount of daily UBI. The people who actively help us to build this sort of complementary economy, which is, it's not about just distributing the digital basic income, this building this complementary economy is actually the more important part, the more sustainable part. But the people who help us build it, we call builders, and they get additional basic income aligned to the upper bound poverty line of South Africa, 1,400 Rand. That's given in digital currency, good dollars. And then if you want to exchange it, we help you to exchange it into fiat, but you can keep the token, help build the economy. We do provide sort of mentoring and training, but it is based on whatever the person wants to do. It's not like a pre-packaged sort of plan that we come to. I like to think about it that our project really is one of co-creation. This is some of our builders, project builders. Kitsu, initially she set out to do start a little perfume business where she goes to buy perfume in Uppington, which is our closest biggest town, and then resell them here in Sturnham. But she now actually lends out money, but she does really well for herself. This is Delano. He was the very first person who received the 1,400 Rand in digital currency, and he saved up a lot of his crypto UBI, and then we converted a portion of it, and he bought a horse that he's using in his smallholder agricultural business that he started on the side. He studied HR, but also, wasn't able to get a proper job. I mean, I should also add that, our beneficiaries or the people that are participating, our project builds, they wouldn't have been able to get the SRD grant because they all have sort of small employment stuff going on. And this is Chantel. Chantel really took to the metaverse and creating avatars and play and earn and learn and earn. But I'll get to that in a moment. It wasn't all easy going. So she now is doing braiding. So they get their hair stuff in Uppington and again do it here in Groblershoek. To get back to my previous point, I mean, I don't want to create the impression that everything is just going wonderful. It's been an incredibly difficult project to get off the ground. And the things that are really keeping us back, of course, is the cost of data, Wi-Fi, and then the mobile phones capabilities. So when we initially started the metaverse, I mean, I really, really wanted, to do the learn and earn, play and earn, because you can get, for example, earn up to $1 a day, which is a lot of money here for something that's going to take you 20 minutes. But the capabilities of the phones are not high enough. So, for example, if you create an avatar, it kicks you out of the game and so on. But we're working around this. I mean, these are sort of technical issues to solve. It's the easier things to solve. I mean, what really is difficult is sort of getting your head around basic income as a rightful share of the economy, because that speaks to very deep questions about what you see as value. For us, over the next couple of months, is really just building, because I think this is an incredibly important project at a critical time in South Africa. We have, I think, 13 million young South Africans who haven't even registered to vote. And they're definitely not going to do so magically next year by us screaming the same message louder. We need to get something that can really capture the imagination of young people. And I think this is what RightfulShare does. It is the counter-narrative to BEE. It's the counter-narrative to these horrible workfare programs, and it's the counter-narrative to the SRD grant. How do we pay for it? Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into depth. I mean, the Institute for Economic Justice has identified 18 financing mechanisms. Isobel has also spoken about some. I mean, some of it I agree with, some I don't agree with. For me, the logical place to start is the BEE scorecard. Companies are spending up to 14% of net after-tax profit to get a good score. That is only the direct cost. And I believe larger companies can instead take that money, put it in a fund. Fund pays out directly to people, 2 transactions, no middleman, no business, no trickle-down empowerment. You do it on chain, no space for corruption. And that is how you stop abuse and manipulation of that scorecard. You make it so easy and transparent that you can't rig it. And you get money to our most important economic players, micro entrepreneurs. I do also think that we are, technologically speaking, at a point where we can realistically start asking not necessarily who's going to pay for it, but what's going to pay for it. What I think is going to be happening in the next few years, I think we are going to see an absolute explosion of these sort of crypto-based basic income localized projects. Why? Because there is a hunger amongst young South Africans, including young South Africans, young people in Africa and young people in South Africa, for these opportunities that are coming with blockchain technology. It gets money to people directly. It reduces corruption. It creates a more transparent, better environment for business. It's all these exciting new income opportunities, from the metaverse to gaming to NFTs, peer-to-peer markets, etc. Yes, but at the end of the day, I mean, RightfulShare is about a government policy, and I think essentially this is the policy choice that South Africa is facing. It's either going to be increasing mayhem and asset confiscation, or it's going to be a basic income paid as a rightful share of the economy. And I believe, obviously, that is the route that we should go, because it's the right thing to do, because of our past, but also because of our future and securing a future for young people and our children. Yeah, this is where you can find me, and that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you very much, Karen. Wow, it was a lot to chew on. I'm still trying to catch up. I'm still trying to catch up with Bitcoin and crypto and all of those. So I'm not.
You have a lot to learn.
I definitely do, but I had to be honest, because we are an organization that deals in integrity. So I do have to tell the truth. I do not know anything about that space. So thank you for that insight. I don't know if people, are you all still comfortable? Do you want 5 minutes? Are you good? Can we carry on? Great. Okay, hard workers in the room. Dr. Nasiphi Moya, I'm giving you the floor, and I'm going to end where you wanted me to start, but I'm going to give it to you. I know that you are very economical with time. I trust you. Thank you very much.
How dare you go beyond that? She's lucky because I'm scared of Johann. He has a way of looking at me when I'm running out of time. So you've got my presentation. Yes.
So for those of you who are online, there are people with executive powers and they're exercising them. So Dr. Moya will be our last speaker. We'll have Macroeconomic Mashaba go next. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, all right. No, I thought let me just come in because ActionSA has to complete. I can't be the one to do the summary. Because I wouldn't know where to start. In fact, I was about to do the summary of everything that has been said. It encompasses all what some I am not in favor, some are in favor, some I don't understand. Yet, yeah. So I just decided to ask Herman to invite me to the policy conference, and I don't know how he got Andre and Johann to invite me. And my thinking was that, I'm just going there to listen. And then the next thing I hear, I get an email from Johann saying, "Can you talk about this?" And I thought to myself, I am so busy. I can't possibly create a presentation, but one has to make a plan. So when Andrew spoke, Johann said I must talk about women entrepreneurship or the role of entrepreneurship. And I think it's the role that I'm in, the space that I'm playing in. And I just want to come clean after Seth spoke about men having to reclaim their space. I don't necessarily believe in women empowerment. I believe in empowerment of everyone. Because if you empower women and you don't empower the guy, that's why we have all this GBV violence and all the stuff. So a man's role is to provide. If they can't provide, it is not good. And we empower women and they can't find the men because the men have the complex, they feel inferior, they feel all the sorts. So I thought as I come in here, may I speak about just the role of entrepreneurship, not about women or men, but just as entrepreneurship. And I'm very sort of clear. I'm not a social entrepreneur. I don't like the term. I like the profit entrepreneur because social entrepreneur still has to get money from the profit entrepreneur. So rather do it direct. So I have someone that has invited me to join them in their foundation, and I've decided to join in. They do soup kitchen. And initially I didn't like it because I don't like giving for free. I believe people must work for whatever they should receive because it gives them dignity, it gives them purpose. And I was listening to Isobel in the morning when she spoke about basic income grant. And in my presentation at the end, I'm saying, do we need the grant? And I'm talking from the entrepreneurial point of view because I believe when you get up in the morning, and I can understand the situation that has brought us to where we are for the millions of people not working. So I went to Mexico about 2 years ago. I think they have about, I'm not sure whether it's 180 million or 200 million, and they had 7% unemployment rate. And I asked why. The reason for that is that they do not have any unemployment insurance. So you don't have any government subsidy. So you literally have to get up and do what you have to do. So I'm asking myself, in South Africa, if we did not have grants, would we be sitting where we are with 42% unemployment? Or would we be having 5% unemployment because people would not have to rely on anybody, but just make a plan? So let me start with my shortest presentation. Johann, you can bring it up. Yeah. So it's a very short presentation. To be honest with you, I did it last night. Last night. I mean, I do have, the ones that I do presentation, but I thought, let me just be specific on this one. You can just go to the next slide. So as I just mentioned the role of entrepreneurship. I think we all know that entrepreneurship is key to the growth of any economy, and that we have to stimulate SA economy. Sorry about that, I just saw it now, because as I said, I finished it last night. Entrepreneurship contributes to a more dynamic and diversified business environment. We all know that. Why is it important? Because it is a means of achieving economic independence, thus reducing SA's dependence on foreign or imported goods. One of the things that I was really, next slide, Johann. One of the things that I was really, really upset about during COVID-19, when we did not have stuff in the country because China, we relied more on China. And which is, I thought our government would think about it or would do something about it, because we have so much that we can do in this country. Why would we have to do gloves when we have glove factories in here? And we have made our guys dependent on instant gratification. One of my friends has a mattress manufacturing company, and he comes to me, says, where can I get the gloves? I said, why don't you manufacture the gloves? He says, no, it's quicker to get the gloves from China than me manufacturing it. So we need to change our entrepreneurs to change their mindset that instant is not sustainable. Let's do it. So I have this diagram that I've been using for many, many years of entrepreneurship. How does it work? I say in business, this looks like a pie, or it is a pie that I use. A pie, let's say if you have to make a pie, you need all the ingredients to make it edible. So the first thing that I start with the minimum red tape. That is the base of the pie, and the finance, and the conducive environment. So what am I saying about minimum red tape? As government in waiting, I urge you to make it easier for business to processes, people to just register their businesses. One of the issues that we have, I have two heads here. I see my head here is JCCI. I have been appointed as a president of JCCI 2 weeks ago. Thank you. What we are saying is, how do we make it easy for business to access the papers from municipalities? For instance, you have people who want to do building plans. Before you can even, the plans can be approved. Sometimes it takes a year, it takes 6 months. What does it do to an entrepreneur? So we are saying reduce the minimum red tape by automate, the process. Access to funding for entrepreneurs. We are not saying fund 100%, because if you give me R1 million, I won't be creative. But if you give me 50,000, I might be creative. But it is important for entrepreneurs to have access to funding. And the conducive environment. Excuse me, I know right now you all know that it is a big challenge of the power. Power, we don't have it. So as an entrepreneur, how will you work when there is no power? One of my passion right now, as I took over from JCCI, is to look at the roads. I was working in amalgam crown mines. This is a trading area. This is a key area for South African business. And the roads are so terrible. How do you make sure that when people are going to deliver the goods from whatever, access to market, the roads are proper? We don't have the potholes that we are having. So I'm looking at this as the base for any entrepreneur to operate. And inside there, that is the entrepreneur, him or herself. You cannot make it as an entrepreneur if you don't have all those characteristics. But the most one is, sometimes we take it for granted that as an entrepreneur, you should know everything. I think it is important for the waiting government to help with training and development, because entrepreneurs need skills to be able to perform their duties. And I always encourage entrepreneurs to say, you cannot do it all. It's important for entrepreneurs also to partner, to collaborate. In that way, it means that if I am an accountant, someone would be good with marketing, someone would be good with administration. So those are the skills that you could give an entrepreneur, because normally they would be creative. They would be innovative. They would do all the other stuff, but there are areas where they miss to do what they have to do. So I'm saying, if you have a pie like that, it encompasses all what the characteristics of an entrepreneurial environment and an entrepreneur. So the government can assist in really making sure that you educate, you train, you offer all those finances and the minimum red tape. Let's go to the next one. I think that one is more to expatiate on that pie. And I'm saying, government, what can ActionSA do to promote entrepreneurship, to foster an entrepreneurial culture? What do you do by that? Educate, train, create public awareness, and embed the entrepreneurial spirit. Make sure that people support and value entrepreneurship. I'm not talking about someone who's selling sweets, but you can start there by selling sweets and then graduate to sell something else. You have to start somewhere. Trade policies. We have trade policies. Make sure that the policies that you come up with are favorable, especially to South Africans. Let's continue with AGOA. I hope it's not going to go anywhere. It will assist with our entrepreneurs when they export stuff to other countries. Spoke about automated company registration, reduce bureaucratic red tape, provision of tax incentives. How do we encourage entrepreneurs to be innovative? I mean, some come up with the good, and I'm not talking about the smaller guys. Some come with good research and development stuff. How do you, as government, give them incentives to be able to really come up with all this amazing? I mean, we've just had some coming up with vaccines for something else. This is where government can come in and really come up with tax incentives. The next one. Access to grants and loans. We spoke about that. You have government financial institutions. And I think what we are having currently, we have these institutions, but I think the people who are running the institutions don't understand entrepreneurship. They look at the applications. And I still feel sometimes when we apply, you don't really social interaction. Once I interact you can understand how passionate I am with this thing. So we need people who are running all these financial institutions, especially the government ones. Not only government ones, even your Standard Bank, Nedbank. Give people, put people there who are entrepreneurial in spirit, because they would understand what someone is saying. However, as you give money or the loans to these people, hold their hand. In South Africa, you tend to give someone the loan and they don't know, they have no idea, and then you don't hold their hand. And what do? There is the saying that entrepreneurs die within 3 to 5 years. It's because no one is holding their hand. I'll give you an example. We had at Black Like Me many years ago, we got learned from IDC. And you know what they did? We didn't need those consultants, but they sent consultants, marketing consultant, factory consultant. And I thought that was great. This is what financial institutions should do when they deal with entrepreneurs. Adjust legal system. Simplify registration processes. Yes, make sure that you still protect intellectual property. I think that's where the other problem is, because someone has an idea, but they don't know how to bring the idea to the light. So as government, simplify all those systems. I spoke about education. Invest in education and training for entrepreneurs so they acquire the skills they need. The next one. So what would be the results if you foster the culture of entrepreneurship? The entrepreneurial activity in an informal sector has to be encouraged, and it will really have a huge impact on South African economy. The establishment of innovative business will help stimulate the economic activities and result in the elimination of poverty. We're all talking about poverty. And Isobel, poverty is not going to be taken by basic income grant. We have to add on something. I know for the beginning, yes, you need to push it, but to have a sustainable economic activity, we need to have as many entrepreneurs as possible. ActionSA can have a beneficial influence on the entrepreneurial landscape to drive economic growth and job creation by putting into place the key support measures that I've spoke about, that is access to capital, cutting a bureaucratic red tape, and establishing a supportive legal framework. Next one. Points of discussion from my side. Not everyone is born, excuse my double R, born to be a typical entrepreneur. I told you that I finished it last night. Yeah. It's born to be a typical entrepreneur. There's a question that is asked, do you have, are entrepreneurs born or they are made? I think it depends, it depends. Because you can be an entrepreneur who is creative, but you can also be a small business person who's selling ice cream and other stuff. So I spoke about countries like Mexico, who have low unemployment rate because they are forced to fend for themselves. And I think it's including a lot of countries in Africa. If you go to our other African countries, people are working throughout because there's no grant, there's nothing. Unfortunately, because we've already started it, it would be difficult to stop it. So my question is, would SA be a different country if we had no grants? Would we have more informal entrepreneurs? And I think that's what we need to encourage. Yes, it is important for the for government to help to stimulate the economy by giving grants. People are able to eat. I listened to the Deputy President the other day saying the poverty in South Africa has decreased from 15% to 7%. But he did say why he's saying that, because we couldn't understand why he's saying that. He said the reason for that is because of the grants that are being given to people. So people are no longer hungry. They are stimulating the economy by buying, by purchasing whatever that they need. But that is not sustainable at all. So my contribution to your economic policy is to really focus on entrepreneurship, but don't do it half-half. Make sure that you support it through and through. And it cannot happen if you don't put an effort as government to make it something that has never happened before. Yeah. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the mic goes back to you, Dr. Moya. You get the final say.
I think we're done.
Thank you. Take it away.
Well, good. I don't know if it's still good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Sanibonani Molweni. So basically, the reason why I was asking that I come last, because I also want to share some of our position as ActionSA and why this policy bucket is important to us. So my name is Nasiphi Moya. I'm the Chief Governance Director of ActionSA, and I am chairing this panel, the Economic Justice Panel. And today's, I must say, the inputs have been awakening a lot of passion within myself. And because I think most people of my generation, we're looking for economic justice more than anything. I was listening to what Seth was saying in terms of the role of fatherhood. And I mean, he took me back to the conversation that I had with my father when I was 17 and doing my first year. And yeah, and it was that conversation that has brought me where I am. Whether where I am is where I'm the best. So basically, those words, I mean, he passed on three months later after that conversation. But for me to keep going and to attain the economic justice that I've done so for myself, it was because of my father. So it really is, different things that are going to help us to attain the economic justice. So colleagues, what I'm going to do when my presentation is up, I'm going to share what ActionSA, what is it that we're aiming with this with this policy bucket? But also, I'm a South African. I am a member of ActionSA, but I'm also a South African. So I do share some of my thoughts and some of my findings in trying to make sense of the future of this country. So when we talk about economic justice, there's an article that was written called Moseneke and Economic Justice. And just to say, so as part of the abstract of that article, it talks about what structural changes to the economy that are necessary to create a wider spread of access to productive existing and new assets. Where would the access to the use of land be located in that debate? Closer to home, and crucially, how might the unemployment and poor underclass escape the constraints of capital and management skill and joint economic production? And I think the ideas that we've been getting this morning is taking us there to say how will, as ActionSA, we have a vision, which is the next slide, but how will we get there? And to your comfort, the how part is apolitical. It's got no logo. How are we going to get South Africa to the promised land? It's got nothing to do with politics. And it's going to be the expertise that we get from this room to say, how do we get there? Next slide. So as ActionSA, some of you may know the beauty on the side. This picture came up, I think, 2 weeks ago. So her uncle took that picture. Her uncle is about 19 or 20 years old TUT student, a photographer. And he decided to go home in the villages in the KZN to basically tell his story through photography. And he took her picture. And I look at her and I see endless possibilities there. Right now, I mean, it's just beautiful. So as ActionSA, we obviously, our vision is of a South Africa that's healed from the wounds of its past, in which people's circumstances of birth no longer has a bearing in determining their chances of achieving economic prosperity or prosperity generally. So that's what we are as ActionSA, and I think it's important that I start you there, that when we talk about the easy stuff, I think the how part is the easy stuff. If you don't have the vision, and it's not followed by the plan, as Isobel was saying, that you'll be just hallucinating, and I don't think we're the party that likes to hallucinate. Go next slide. So in terms of what are our core principles and of why is economic justice is important to us as the party, this is the economic justice is one of 11 policy buckets that we are considering as the party going into September. Obviously, we think that economic justice, in fact, we believe that it's key to achieving social justice and non-racialism in South Africa. Secondly, we look at the role of the state being a reduction of those barriers to human developments that were caused by our painful past. Obviously, you're talking about equitable economic and social justice mechanisms. And what is important there, colleagues, is that we look at equality of opportunity and not equality of outcomes. So we want to ensure access, not to go and manipulate the results at the end. So we also understand that obviously everyone must have the same opportunity to succeed, but it's not the role of the state to guarantee those individual access. Hence, we may have to make sure that so the individual successes, which is why it's important for us that when we talk about access, we're leveling the playing field. And obviously, it's important that we also underscore this, that because of our deeply entrenched inequality that we've been talking about this morning, economic justice is a multi-generational project. So the speakers today spoke to what would work to the young, to the entrepreneur, to this. So it's a multi-generational project, and it should be dynamic. And obviously, it's going to require leadership from people that may not have access to the results in their lifetime. So the sacrifices that I'm making, people call it black tax, I see it as investment in my family. so that my brother, who's 7 years younger than me, doesn't have to go through some of the stuff that I had to go through. But those are the 4 core principles. Next slide. And so here, I'm just gonna a high level. I can't see the gray one, but yes, yeah. So basically, the nature of economic injustice in South Africa, this is borrowed partly ActionSA, partly my findings. I did a dissertation on nation building in South Africa. And the first one that doesn't need citation is that we stand out for being a highly unequal society. And what is something that we can never forget, and as a party, we must be very intentional in saying this, not because we want to cause divisions in the country, but because if we are to get the cure, we must get the diagnosis right. Is that the inequality in South Africa, it's along racial lines. Secondly, the labor market, which is the largest contributor to the income inequality, it's heavily racialized. And I will show you some of the stats that we looked at here. And blacks, they still carry the overwhelming share of the poverty. We've spoken about this even with the stats that have been shared this morning. And that the investment on social services, they far outweigh the economic growth. We've talked about this. So we are in good company in terms of getting the understanding of the status quo of the country. And so which is something that pains me personally, is that there's a big proportion of the black majority that has no access to quality education. And most of them don't even stand a chance to access tertiary education. I mean, I'm in my other part of the 30s, and I come from a very big village, and people I grew up with, if they even got grade 10, they were very lucky. And it gets lonely when, you want people, to come with you. But that's the reality of this country. Also, when we look at now, obviously, from the entrepreneur's side, there's not been a major shift in ownership, control, and management in the private sector. And we talk now land reforms. One of the speakers looked at land reforms. They've only been able to deliver limited land restitution, while there's failure to secure land tenure and redistribute significant tracts of land to the previously marginalized majority. That's what we characterize as the nature of economic injustice in this country. Next slide. Now, before I must qualify this, because these are very old stats. So I think there's about 5 of them that I'm going to share with you. So in 2014, I started a journey that I considered to be very personal. At the time, I was working for a political party, and at the time, EFF was only a year old. How time flies. It was only a year old, and I remember having a discussion with a former colleague of mine to say, so obvious you can imagine what was happening in the ruling party when Julius Malema was expelled and everything that has happened afterwards. I remember asking my colleague, so what do you think the future of this country is like for people like us? And when I meant people like us, we came from a poor background, but we were able to get us to where we were at the time. And in our discussion, I remember saying to her, I'm not satisfied. I need to get answers about the future of this country. And at that time, then I decided I'm going to go look for a university that is going to allow me to learn about the nation-building prospects of this country. And this was towards the end of that journey. So hence my statistics are very, very late compared to the ones that I've seen today. And it saddens me that there hasn't been a shift to the positive direction in terms of the statistics. But in terms of the nature of economic injustices of this country, I spoke about the 7 things, and I just want to show you how it looked like. So obviously my dissertation, it aimed to look at whether we have reached the promised land post 1994. And the first one was, the question was to say of the good things that are happening in South Africa, who's integrated, who's excluded. And if you can look at the labor market trends by population, is that you find certain races on the not economic active. And you see, for instance, the blue line being high on the not economic active. It goes to the bottom at employed, and it goes at the top of the compared to other lines when it comes to unemployed. And it was an issue for me, the gaps between those four lines, without wanting to say which one should be where, but it was an issue for me. So that's what it told us, to say who is in the labor market and who's excluded. And second slide. Oh, next one. Poverty. We spoke about poverty. Again, if you're looking at, again, these are all stats, but it's something that I will tell you what it meant to me at the time. So obviously, when you're looking at poverty, and you see which, so when you go to the black, the color, the Indians, you can see that the blacks always top those categories. The next one, access to education, which I call inaccess to education. What you are looking at there is the completion rate, secondary school. And I used the 2002 to 2011 class. And you can see that the blacks and the coloreds, they're struggling to complete the education, secondary education. And you tell me now, what is the future that we envisage for those that did not make it? I mean, if in 2011, only 39.7% of the blacks completed their secondary school, where are they now? What are they doing? And compared to the 43.9, and then you go up. Next one. This one is now taking us to the office in terms of the levels of occupation by race in public and private sector. So we give you, so basically there's top management, there's senior management, there's professionally qualified, there's technically skilled. It bothers me that yellow and blue line, how they compete. So when the other one goes up, the other one goes down. It's, yeah, so next one. Then here, where are they? Where do you find South Africans in the workforce profile? So we then have your national, your provincial and local government. There is the blue dominating, and state-owned companies, blue is dominating. You go to private sector, the non-profit organization and educational institution, the yellow dominates. So from my perspective, these two colors, they can't coexist. It's a problem. Next one. Land ownership. So just looking at the land audit report of 2017, you're looking at the individual land ownership by race. Is the stronger one, the 4%, the 15%, and the number of individual land owners per race. You can just tell also in terms of when they talk about redistribution and the failure of the land reform. So those are the stats I thought I can just share with you to say the findings of my dissertation in saying, will we ever be a united country or a united nation? And my conclusion was that for as long as those colors do not coexist, they avoid each other like plague, there is no future for a nation here. Next slide. Now I want to see, so when I talk about economic justice, I believe in pictures and I believe in numbers. Pictures, they groom me, my heart, keep it soft. Who are we doing this for? Who do we seek economic justice for? And numbers, keep it real. Numbers don't lie. You would be familiar with that picture. So these kids, when it's raining, they must take off their uniform so they can cross the river. That's an unjust South Africa. Next slide. This, you will remember, the fees must fall. I remember writing an article at the time and say this is a nation that's struggling to be born. Because if you can fail the older generation and fail this generation, what hope do we have as South Africa? Next one. And this is the gender pay gap. These are our champions. And just 2 weeks ago, or was it, 2-3 weeks ago, we hear that our champions don't want to go play because they are protesting the gender, gender's just pay. And just to include it there, to say exactly what were they looking for. So they are earning 4,000 Rand for competitive match draw and 5,700 for a win, which compares to the 30,000 and to 60,000 for the men's team. Gender equality, gender inequality. That's what we're talking about. We can't talk economic justice and exclude gender equality as part of it. Next one. This one reminds me so much of my days from traveling from Guguletu to UCT. But when we talk about spatial injustice, this is what we're talking about, where you must travel 2 hours to get to work. And so that picture alone, you can look at it and say, but this is criminality. But you look at those people and their dreams and hopes they're caring for themselves and for their families. And this is how they do it. That's what is available to them. Next one. Now, in terms of ActionSA, what is it that we believe? Economic justice is a prerequisite for social justice. We believe that we have to address the root causes of the economic exclusions that result in elevated levels of inequality, poverty, and unemployment under Black South Africans before we can empower everyone to access their rights equally. So we can't ignore the elephant in the room that we come from a painful past where there was race groups that were systematically excluded from the economy and other aspects. And as ActionSA, we believe that we must integrate them for us to say everyone can access their rights equally. But also what is important, and I think it also came up during this morning, is that the economic empowerment cannot take place through cosmetic top-down approaches. Just saying legislation will correct. There's no way to do that. It must happen from the bottom up. So we must empower people to pursue economic opportunities. And from a government's perspective, is that then we must have a proper service delivery agenda in order for us to obviously address the barriers to growth that the majority of South Africans face. So that's what we believe in. Next one. So what do we propose as ActionSA? I won't go into detail because we are basically consulting on these interventions. But obviously, you will have to go back to your organizations or companies and they will ask, but what did you take away in terms of what do they believe in economic justice as ActionSA? So ignore the middle part. It's supposed to say how to achieve economic justice. We believe in, we must look at economic empowerment and employment equity. All of this comes with conditions. We don't want a situation where the role of government, I think I did define the role of government earlier on, to say that the role of government is to basically reduce the barriers to human development. But we don't want a situation where we have these policies that are dividing people along racial lines. While we acknowledge that there's a group that we can prioritize, but it must be sustained over time. We must, as private sector, what is it that will take for you to receive this group into the private sector, into the labor market? So in terms of then economic empowerment and employment equity, we are saying we're looking for responsible legislations and interventions to do so. We're looking at the option of social grants. We talked about them. We've had the benefits. The issue of housing and land reform, there's no way you can talk economic justice if people can't get a simple title deed and ownership. We talk about spatial justice. Where do people stay, and how far or close are they to economic opportunities? Gender equality. There's no way that I can do the same job as my male counterpart and think I'll be fine with 10% of salary compared to what they're getting. And social support. Obviously, it's important that we understand that there's no way you're going to achieve economic justice if you do not get your social policies right. Your quality of education is important. The health of the people are important, etc. So that's what we are proposing as ActionSA's intervention areas. Next slide. Now, I just want to share this. It's only 2 minutes, but you can play up to 31 seconds. Yes, I know where it is. So, you know, when you talk about economic justice in this country and you try to imagine the 3-year-old baby girl I showed you at the beginning of the presentation and want to take this human being through a process of education, health, where they live closer to opportunities, etc., and you say, what would this, you want to imagine the end result. And there's a story of a South African, Makazole Mapimpi, who's a player of the Springbok. And at the bottom there, this is the documentary, where it says a story of hope from a hopeless situation. And I just want to share with you that because I think it helps to have an idea of an end goal. When we talk about economic justice, what is it that we're talking about? And I think just as an end for me, the video will say 1,000 words in this instance. If you can just share play the video. And thank you.
that has come from the most hopeless situation in the history of Springbok rugby.
Well, he was Makazole playing for that day.
No, he was playing. I think obviously, he was playing for South Africa, and I think if you talk to him, do you know the story about the jerseys? Of the on the back of your number, you had to have family members. You could give photos of family members. He only had photos of himself. Because he didn't have anybody else. And I say, why are you doing this? And he says he's got a number. His brother died. His mom died there. His father, he doesn't have a photo. So he doesn't play for one thing.
I thought we were going to continue. That was such a pregnant pause. But no, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moya. We will, I guess, watch it in our own time. I think I remember the story very well. Thank you to all of you for your insights and your participation. We are now at the point of Q&A. I have received a whole lot of questions online, but also you can talk to each other because the learning time. How much time do we have?
I think about 10 minutes.
Okay. So let me jump into it then. The questions that are online aren't very clear as to who they're directed to in all instances, but just pay attention and either any one of you can answer them. Mbuso Sierra asks on the basic income grant. I think, Isobel, you can take this one. What happens if the majority of the recipients spend the grant on institutions which don't pay tax and illegally brings their goods to South Africa? Yeah, so I'm gonna read out all the questions, and then we'll direct them as we move on. Grace Matoni says, how much does the father have to pay to have access to his child? I'm going to give this to Heartlines. I'm going to give this one to Heartlines. Noku Muhlabine says, can the country really afford to take on more debt to finance a universal basic income grant? What informs the SPI's stance, contrary to most economic experts, that the country can afford more debt? Is that clear? Another question asks, what are the inflation consequences of the basic income grant? I think this is a favorite, the income grant. Mbuso asks again, basic income grant can even be more expensive if our borders and home affairs are not fixed. SADC people will flock into South Africa even more. I just think that's a caveat to the previous question. Free education, free healthcare, and basic income grant for who? Because NGOs will fight for illegal immigrants, refuse to act, and also to act on these benefits, and this will become even more expensive. I think that's just a comment. I agree with the sentiments of Ms. Mashaba that earning an income gives dignity. Why can't we have a targeted basic income grant for the unemployed linked to a few days community service rather than universal? Okay, so I guess the question is, can people receive an income grant for doing something in the community, I guess, as a way of payment? And then I think the last one asks, with efficient government and with reduced ministerial handbook benefits or waste, no corruption, I think our country can afford all of these things. Okay, so that's not a question, that's a comment. Thank you, Pumelele, who is online. Isobel?
Great, thank you very much. Firstly, thanks to all the...
Sorry, you have more? Oh.
Thanks. Thank you for the questions and thanks for the presentations. It was wonderful to go first because then I could relax and listen to other people. I think just with regards to the questions, I do have some comments for colleagues, but maybe we can talk about it over lunch. I think the question is what happens if illegal goods are bought and services are bought with the proceeds of the basic income. I mean, the point about, as I try to make clear, and clearly I think a lot of the media has positioned the idea of a universal basic income grant before I spoke today. So people see it as a grant. We don't see it as a grant. We see it as an economic shock stimulus. We see it as an investment in the economy, not as a charitable grant. So the question about if illegal goods are bought, and this really talks about people coming into the country illegally as well. I don't think that we should stop progress on a basic income because other things are not working. You can't say that we will not ensure that that we leapfrog technology because tractors are not plowing correctly. I mean, we need to look at causality. We need to look at the interruption of dysfunction rather than being kept back into dysfunction. So where you have illegal goods being bought and sold, those should not be being bought and sold. There should be greater confiscation of illegally produced goods. There should also be a greater sense of what's right and wrong. So if people know that someone's selling illegal goods, where is the tip-off? Why are people not making themselves responsible for ensuring that the correct things are happening? But on the other hand, as someone once said, and she was quite a conservative person in government, and someone was quibbling about the means test, and she said, if poor communities are getting money in, is that bad? Like, if someone is getting it and they have like 100 Rand more than the means test, but it's still going into that community and it's bringing kind of economic circulation, is that such a bad thing? So if goods are being bought, illegal goods are being bought, those profits are going somewhere else in the economy. They're being circulated in the economy. And I think that's the point to say. So in no way do we condone the poor policing of our import. And what we're trying to do with the multiplier is exactly locate production locally. So my example of baked beans or pilchards, I mean, we don't want to be importing illegal pilchards. We want to be manufacturing locally. But that's a virtuous cycle that has to happen with the introduction of the demand. And that really goes to the point about the entrepreneurial. We certainly don't, and we're not opposed to, we believe that South Africa's takeoff will only happen with SMMEs. But what we're saying is, if you look at the income striation in South Africa, there is no demand. People are so poor that if someone starts a business, it's bound, I mean, the 3 to 5 years for incubation of SMMEs, it's much, the failure rate is much higher in South Africa because nobody in communities has the ability to support. And that's the fake promise, in a way, that we've seen time and time again, that youngsters have the dreams in their heart and they want to succeed, but their neighbors can't support them. So I think that our vision, Connie, has got a middle way of actually supporting each other. But back to the questions, because that's what I'm doing. The question about what informed SPI's view of affordability. I mean, essentially, that's our research. So we've done econometric modeling. We haven't gone on hearsay. We went back to first principles. We said, back to how many people, what is the cost, what is currently being spent on social grants, what is the question of sort of future GDP growth and employment. So we've gone back to the basic facts and figures, and that's what informs. That's why we're confident at standing up and contesting. And the other thing is that we're not saying take money from the pre-existing envelope. We're saying that the envelope is wrong. It's the macroeconomic framework that Treasury and the Reserve Bank have insisted since 1994, with the imposing of certain strictures by the World Bank and the IMF. We're saying, no, there are other ways of looking at affordability, at looking at, if you want to say, the South African incorporated balance sheet. Look at how we evaluate and how we define certain levels of income. Like the PIC wealth, that is wealth that we believe should be unlocked. It should not just be left there for fund managers who invest in overseas funds rather than investing here. So it's firstly our research. Secondly, it's a different way of looking at the envelope. And thirdly, it's the way that we value and define what goes into that envelope. Inflationary consequences, we've modeled for that. The actual impact of additional demand because of the low level of the grant compared to the GDP in South Africa is so insignificant that it would not have severe inflationary consequences. Again, that is in our modeling. SADC and the borders, again, because Home Affairs is not policing our borders doesn't mean that we should not be ensuring that people in South Africa have enough food to eat. Those two are just completely unjust to link together. Again, we're certainly not saying don't police the borders. We believe in the fundamental human rights in South Africa. The Constitution gives to everybody the right to fundamental freedoms. That exists. The question is, are people there illegally? If you go to other countries, if I go to the UK, I can't go and draw down on healthcare or anything like that because they got consequences. I can't open a business, but that should not be inflated with the right of any human being to be treated with dignity wherever they are. again, yeah, free for all illegal immigrants, that has been said. I mean, one of the things that there was a coalition a number of years ago that we joined, which was a SADC basic income grant. And the argument there was that the region is the most unequal region in the world because of the high cost of commodity export without jobs being created to beneficiate. We were saying that there should be an extractive tax on the multinationals who take the profits out without really creating jobs, and that should go into a sovereign wealth fund. So within SADC, there is a basic income grant. Because, I mean, there is a SADC protocol on free movement of people. We do want to stop people moving because we're in South Africa and we don't want people coming here. But we are a signatory to something which says we believe in free movement of people. So there needs to be a greater alignment. Because, I mean, if you look at the kind of profits that can be made from regional integration, there's cross-border trading, but it's done illegally because it's not supported. So, I mean, there again, the kinds of massification and scaling up that we could have of trade. The number of wigs that get bought from Joburg, from the Park Station, and get taken across to Zambia and Zimbabwe and Botswana on a monthly basis. Now, that could also be multiplied and massified if people have access to secure income. And the point is that people are coming into our country anyway, whether people in South Africa get the big or not. And then the final question is an interesting one, which is, would it not be more cost effective to target a big, and can we not link people up to community service? So the universality of a universal BIG is something that we believe really strongly in. The point about targeting is people argue that you save money by only giving to the poorest or the poor. I hate that phrase, the poorest or the poor. I mean, who is the poorest or the poor? Do you say, I deserve it because I'm the poorest of the poor? How do you have self-worth and dignity if you've got to put your hand up and say, I'm the poorest of the poor? But in addition to that, and this is with the social relief of distress, and I've been arguing with the Minister of Finance clearly until I'm blue in the face because he's not changing, which is we have seen people who start taking steps to earn money and they lose the grant. Now, if you are doing a piece job, if you've got a small business that you're doing, you've got no idea what next month's income is going to be. So it makes no economic sense for you to risk getting rid of the one dependable income that comes into your household, which is the grant, by taking your initiative and starting to earn small bits. What we're saying is rather incentivize, don't punish. So if someone uses the grant and makes more money, like Karen Jooste's idea, give people a reward. Say for each 300 rand that you make, you can access airtime for your business or something like that, or small or further training for your SMME. We see people as being inherently lazy and criminal in this country. We don't like people. We really don't. This Ubuntu thing doesn't exist except on paper. We don't trust our neighbors. We don't trust ourselves. Now, rather say, amazing, you're entitled to this. This is how you put the food on the table so you don't have to eat your profits. But really, if you're doing well, you will get an incentive, you'll get a reward. So my father's a priest, so I grew up with the Bible. It's very biblical if you use what you have, you'll be given more. So it's a multiplier effect from the Bible up. But yeah, please, the idea of targeting, we have enough. There is a wrong idea that we are a country with a lack. The most unequal country in the world means we have vast amounts of assets. It just depends on whose hands they are they being used. I mean, company tax. Okay, I'm going to continue talking until you stop me. Sorry, you. I can't see you. Company tax in South Africa. In 1993, under apartheid, company tax was 52%. Companies got taxed 52% of their profits. Now it's 26%. And it was dropped 2 years ago. VAT, which is an unfair tax because the poor pay the same rate as everybody else, was increased the first time ever. And that's because the trade unions were really weak politically. So the point is, who carries the burden of poverty in this country? It's not the wealthy, it's the poor. That needs to shift. If we want to see this economy circulating, if we want to see people being able to be entrepreneurs, you unlock the apartheid wage gap, you unlock the apartheid geographical, spatial, and gender. I mean, race is a huge signifier of inequality, but so is gender. And that's why black women carry, again, the burden, and the burden of social reproduction. The absent father definitely is something that needs to be addressed. Yeah, I was going to give a personal story, but there we go.
Well, and Lerato can come in. I just want to say, like, basic income grant, and we think about economy. Anything that can be allowing people to engage in the economy and bring growth, that's the power of it. And if at the get-go it requires a stimulus, that's how we need to look at this. In maybe for some that will struggle with the word grant, call it being basic income earning. But the reality is that even in other countries around the world, developed countries, they have what one will call a socializing democracy. And we are too capital gain focused in South Africa. It's almost like we big brothered with other big brother countries, and never really considered what does it mean to be to have a social concern, to care for people, because we've done this minimizing of humanity for so long. Not only just within apartheid, but even longer. Slavery, colonialism, etc. So thinking about access to monies and income and being there for people is key. When we talk about it within the Heartline space around a father having access, we must reformulate provision. So this is the power. Like when we talk to families and we say, well, if the mother is working and the father is not, well, now you know what it means then to be a father, to pick up the slack and work in your home. Do the homework, Take your child to school. Make the lunch. It's work. And this is where we see the gender equity gap, when women who have to work have to pick up the slack at home as well. And so in our campaign, we've been talking, like you heard Lerato say, our tagline, the active, positive presence of fathers. So in a way, it's fighting the cultural, socialized norms of the gender bias that happens in our society. But if we are able to get this message out, there's powerful opportunity for people to consider. So back to the question the person asked was, how much for access? And this then doesn't mean that we only speak to men. We have to speak to our cultural norms, because the people that are putting up gatekeeping for access to the children are sometimes the elders. Right? Oh, well, you took my child, you made her pregnant, you got a baby, now you don't want to sort out the inhlaulo, and then a child grows up. I mean, we work with grade 10 students in another organization on academies, and we go to this academy. Out of 12 grade 10 learners across the country, every academy that I'm on, at least 7 to 8 young people have this father wound. They're crying for their daddies. Not to say that they don't love their mother, but I mean, it's a gap in the society. And again, we say we're not negating the role of women. So, I mean, I applaud ActionSA for allowing us to dialogue with you. I think there are many people in this country that, let the political parties do what they need to for the sake of our people. But let us work together as a country. We have got amazing resources. And I want to agree with Isobel. Isobel, it's the greatest lie. And we cannot adapt like policies that have to be, keep up our borders. No, we must remember humanity. Open up a space for women and men and children, people to move freely across Africa. Instead of this fear mongering. And I want to contest this. I think our education plan for the gaps of income that we have in society, there are amazing educators in this country. I am a product, and so is some of my colleagues at Heartlines, and I say product in this way, by the amazing teachers that we come out of public schooling. There are many people doing amazing work in South Africa that didn't go to private schools. We're not born free. Some of us, we wish we were. But just want to say to us that if we keep telling the story in this way, we're decking the deck terribly so to say that we have a bad standard of education. Yes, in certain parts of our country. So I think in this economic justice way, it becomes for us to then consider seriously what can ActionSA take as a mandate. You got amazing words, but then we really then need to think about how do we put it into action to get mobile action behind it. And thank you, Doc, for that inspiring the piece at the end. I mean, look at that story. There are many young people that have that story in our country. Nobody backing them, but still they push through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. I think I've thanked you enough, and also on behalf of our online viewers. There is a request for the presentations to be shared. So, Johann, I'm going to leave that in your capable hands through our social media, etc. People loved all of your presentations. And then the other one, I just want to give you Dr. Moya. Thank you for a powerful and profound presentation based on boldness, firmness, and reality. Wamandla. So thank you. We have come to the end of this particular session. Thank you to everyone who's online. Follow the next link for the next conversation at in exactly 35 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
the energy and green economy working group for the energy fund for the big summit. So we're busy organizing that.
As a consultancy job?
Well, I'm doing it on kind of on my personal capacity. I was involved with the working group in 2018 in how the forum. And been, part of the working group since, so yeah.
Want me to rehash from the beginning?
Or? No, just keep it going.
So you remind me where I was.
Talks about affordable. The last thing I think you mentioned was affordable energy for households. Okay, sorry for everyone on Zoom. We are just finalizing out getting the live stream back on, but we will start again in a minute or two. No, so two of your experts are in the house. And we've got Hedley, Nasiphi Moya from Greenpeace, and Monique le Roux from the CSIR as well. So they'll also be presenting. Yeah, so we've got our 5 experts today.
And your audience?
So it's streamed on YouTube and Facebook. So that is quite, We generally see with the YouTube ones, even though we usually have about 30 people watching live, the videos get watched about 2,500 people. So you make the recordings available afterwards.
You got 5 minutes left.
No, you can steal time from us. It's fine. We won't steal any of the other experts' time. We'll just steal our time. From us, it's fine. Okay.
Are we back?
I think we're back online. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. It's working. Cool. All right. So sorry for everyone online. We had some technical issues with our live stream, but we are now back. And Clyde, please, back to you.
Thanks for that. Apologies for the interruption. I was mid-sentence. I can't remember where I was in the sentence. I apologize if I've left out the appropriate pronunciation and punctuation. Basically, what I was saying is that the energy situation in South Africa is what is referred to as a wicked problem, and it has nothing to do with wicked politicians or wicked people or wicked private sector. It's basically a problem that appears insoluble, and the only way to solve it is by addressing all the elements of the problem simultaneously. And those elements are combination of generation capacity, the end of load shedding, the affordability of electricity, the transition, the reduction in greenhouse gases. All of those things need to try to be solved simultaneously. And so I'd like to focus my presentation or this session on those elements. So how do we go about tackling it where we can hope to address all of those? Well, if we just tackle load shedding with some of the things that we're doing at the moment, I think in April and May we spent 8 billion on diesel running our open cycle gas turbines. In 2022, I think the Eskom budget for diesel was 8 billion, which was eventually ratcheted up to 12 billion. And I think we ended up spending probably close to 20 billion in 2022. So in 2023, in 2 months, we spent 8 billion, and we're on track for spending perhaps as much as 30 billion on diesel this year. And sure, that's going to help to a certain extent with alleviating perhaps one stage of load shedding. But it's pretty expensive, which means that electricity becomes less affordable. The option of increasing something like the quantum of free basic electricity to indigent households becomes, quite frankly, it becomes a pipe dream. So we need to be looking at this thing in context. So the context at the moment, at this point in, or this time in history, is that we're going through the most dramatic change or step change, if you like, in energy generation that's happened in the last 100 years. We're right slap bang in the middle of a disruption. And that disruption is a move from what I sometimes call analog electricity generation to digital electricity generation. And neither of those terms are correct, but it's somewhat analogous to moving from landline to cell phone, although it's not exactly the same. So we're in that disruption, and our energy methods of the past required storage prior to making the electricity. So you had to store coal, you had to store oil, you had to store diesel, and when you needed electricity, you could tap into your storage of those resources and produce electricity. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately, with electricity generated primarily with renewable resources, you don't store sunlight, you don't store wind. What you do is you store the finished product. So instead of pre-electricity generation storage of coal, you've often heard, I think at one point, the first time we had load shedding, Eskom's stockpiles of coal had been reduced, so they didn't have as big enough store of primary energy. So we now are in a position where we create energy from renewable resources, and we need to store it post generation. In other words, we need to store it as electricity to allow us to then release it to meet the demand when we require it. And so there's a fundamental change in the whole value chain that takes place. Just one other thing that most people aren't aware of is globally, the cost of electricity generation actually is the smallest cost when you compare it to the cost of health and to the cost of climate change. So if you look at globally, if one reflects towards 2050, if you look at 2050, just as a yardstick, if we carried on business as usual, the world is set to spend $18 trillion in 2050 on energy, if it's business as usual, which means a little bit of renewable, coal, nuclear, oil, same sort of things. If we switch completely to renewables, we will spend approximately 40% of that amount. So instead of 18 trillion, we'll spend about 8 trillion. And the main reason for that is because of the thermodynamic inefficiency of producing electricity or anything to do with energy from internal combustion or external combustion. So those processes are very inefficient, and so the costs reflect the efficiency of electricity direct from renewable resources versus electricity from coal, oil, gas, or other resources. So that's 18 trillion. The estimated health costs of business as usual are 30 trillion. Globally, it'll cost us 30 trillion in health costs by 2050, business as usual. And the climate costs, or the estimated climate costs, are a tenth of what it sort of would cost if we carry on as is. Now, given those figures,
energy security and a sustainable energy system. We need to have a plan that transcends politics and leadership changes, and we need to focus on outcomes. Energy is not a short-term sector. It can't change every day. So you have to have very comprehensive, very consolidated strategic thinking about how you industrialize energy and how you build energy sustainability. And it needs to be able to be something that can stand the test of time. An important point that I don't want, that I think shouldn't be missed is We've seen the electricity sector specifically change quite significantly. And in as much as we're making all of these changes, we need to focus on perhaps a level of granularity in the overall supply chain around looking at municipal and metro sustainability and perhaps even some of the more granular items. But it is, I think, an important aspect to consider around the sustainability of municipalities and metros when they start losing their dependence on electricity revenue that comes from more paying sustainable customers who would probably opt for self-generation and off-grid power supply options. So I think that's another big issue that we need to deal with. And I think we've seen, and it's a good transition into talking about energy risk. If you can maybe just move to the next slide, which is some of the work that we've done in SANIA, how some of the drivers of risk actually start to become major issues in the country. So, for example, if you have unsustainable municipalities and metros with poor service delivery, it actually leads to a lot more, unrest and instability from that point of view. So, in looking at all of these future considerations, one of the important pieces of work that we've been doing as SANIA since 2018 is producing an energy risk report. It is a very detailed overview of all of the uncertainties that contribute to risks, and we've been building it up from 2018 up to, we launched the most recent one late last year, early this year. And it's also been a good look at, what are some of the risks that drive the situation that we currently are in. And I want to then point out that one of the strongest drivers of risk at the moment is sufficient talent and skills. And I think it only gets worse going forward. We've also then looked at major outcome, which risks which affect other risks, and the issues around energy affordability, the strength of energy and related infrastructure, and then the business models and governance around the energy system, I think are some of the major outcomes that need to be looked at. If you have to then look at what are some of the major pivots, which are really the issues that need to be dealt with, that would significantly contribute to making a difference in the system. One of the big issues is around energy price volatility and uncertainty. And then I've spoken about, maximizing the potential for green hydrogen, but hand in hand with that goes energy storage and, all of the issues around power to X, which is being able to enable a much greater application and use of renewable energy technologies through other forms of electrification. So there's a huge amount of risks currently that are driving the instability of the system. And I think some of the important ones to perhaps highlight is the issue around the energy-water nexus, as well as climate framework and financing. But in as much as, we've got all of these challenges, I think a key risk is the issues around vision and planning to be able to make a change in the system. So when we produced the risk report in 2020, we decided that it's well and good to talk a lot about risks and uncertainties, but perhaps we need to also look at how do you address it. And we came up with this framework, which we call a 4IP framework. P is actually in the middle of the framework, and it refers to people. And I think it's one of the big cogs of how we address all of these uncertainties that are facing us. And it's going to take me quite a long time to go through every single one of them. But the 4 aspects that we focused on are, what are some of the things that you can do to address the uncertainties in implementation, in innovation, in integration, and impact? And as I said, at the middle of all of the skills. So one of the ways in which we wanted to look at addressing the skills uncertainties going forward was to create a future energy skills roadmap to guide and incentivize the development of the required talent. And that became another significant project of SANIA, which I'd just like to perhaps also share with you. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So this year we launched our energy skills roadmap. It's the first iteration here off, and we've already started syndicating it very widely with government and business to look at, how to take the development of it forward. But it does represent a very comprehensive and consolidated view of the energy skills situation at the moment, looking both at the current baseline, what is available from an education and training perspective, and then formulating how we should look at what the future energy skills that will be required to implement the just energy transition and build a sustainable energy system would look like. So we've built on existing work, but we've also started to look at some of the more futuristic perspectives around skills to be able to create a purview of what we should be looking at in future. So without sharing all the detail, and I must say all of these publications that I referred to are freely available on the SANIA website, so you're welcome to access them. Without actually showing you all of the detail, but the report is really detailed down to the level of identifying the job families and the different types of job skills that will be required to support these, to the extent of even going to what is currently available from a training perspective and identifying where the gaps are. So if you go to the next slide, I think what is important, I said it's a future skills roadmap, so we spent a lot of time doing detailed trend analysis with industry input to look at some of the trends that will impact the South African skills landscape, not just currently, but going forward as well. And you can see, every one of these trends are long-term, but perhaps the whole issue around decarbonization, climate change, adaptation, and resilience is one of those that trend that would probably stand up for the next 30 years or so. So it does create a good opportunity to be able to develop skills and create employment and careers in that kind of environment. What I must also say is that even though the trends are standalone, I think that they're shown in this way. There's obviously a lot of cross-impact, but equally well, there's a lot of skills exchange between job families that can take place between the different trends that we are seeing. And that in itself, I think, would be an important or perhaps interesting exercise to look at creating agility in how you build skills for the future to be able to adapt to emerging trends. So if you go to the next slide, we've also done some scenarios in terms of if we have a good policy, i.e. enabling policy, or if policy is a barrier, and if we have high economic growth versus low economic growth, what are some of the scenarios that would play out in skills, in developing skills in the energy sector. And the authors of the report were great Beatles fans, so they've named these scenarios after the Beatles songs. But I think, without going into the detail of the scenarios, if you can go to the next slide, the scenarios tell us that from a skills perspective and building the sector, where do you need to focus? And I think there are a lot of no regret options. So if we focus on building skills from renewable energy, energy efficiency, prosumerism, finance, and energy security, especially in the near term, and that kind of translates to being able to better address load shedding, those are no regret options. And the potential to transition those skills, even as trends change slightly and grow differently in the future, is very high. Where we need to take decisions, do we do gas, nuclear? What does our market look like? How does green hydrogen, power to X evolve in South Africa? I think these are still decisions that need to be taken and firmed up. We still have a lot of dissonance in views on how these different types of technologies and these different solutions will affect the country and whether we should do them. So I think we still need to take decisions on those. Definitely seen a decline in coal and oil, but I think that also is not necessarily a bad thing from a skills development perspective. The systems around power generation related to coal and oil generally tend to be fairly complex. So, experience and expertise in those environments are quite easily adaptable to or adapted to other requirements. I think skills are required to make the transition just, no matter what the scenario. And I think that's probably the most telling thing out of the whole skills roadmap, that there is a shortage, there is a need, but there is also equally opportunity if we then align the systems that we have. In the next slide, I'm just going to share quickly the 10 most cited skills. And what we've done is we've also focused on the soft skills. We tend to become very technical in most of the views that we have on the energy sector, but actually there's a lot of soft skills that underpin what needs to be done to develop, lead, and transition the sector. And I think, some of the issues like critical thinking, decision making, and problem solving, coupled with leadership, being agile and demonstrating a level of emotional intelligence and being able to connect with communities are like really strong skills that are required to be able to implement all these decisions and solutions and new things that we're talking about in the sector. So we cannot underplay soft skills, but equally well, I think you'll see that there's a huge need for technical skills that go beyond just engineering and technology type skills that are pertinent to, for example, renewable energy technologies, but a huge requirement for skills that support the broader value chain, in terms of legal, financial, ICT, policy development, etc. And then maybe just to go to come to a conclusion, if we go to the next slide, I've just shared some of the considerations and recommendations. We've looked at a few considerations with regard to the roadmap. We've looked at uncertainty and trends. We've looked at occupations and skills. A big area of focus is the impact on the education sector. I think that there's a big need to look at how job seekers can progress within the energy sector. We need to look at, what are some of the core jobs that are going to be impacted and how do you transition these core jobs. We also need to look at items like better skills planning, increasing cross-sector collaboration to support skills provisioning, and of course develop an implementation plan for all of these skills. But I think the final outcome of our skills roadmap is that there is significant opportunity as part of this broader industrialization to really leverage and grow skills. There are some significant challenges within education and training that need to be looked at to support this development. But in as much as this gives us an opportunity to set down some, or the energy transition gives us the opportunity to set down some hard physical assets, they're not going to be done without being able to leverage skills. It's a part we need to start on, I think, yesterday or a few years ago, to be able to really ensure that South Africans have the opportunities that they deserve, and we've created the environment for it. So with that, I think those are some of the important things that could be focused on to build a secure energy system. But in conclusion, I think every crisis is an opportunity. This certainly is one, and it presents us with many aspects of being able to build a nation around a secure energy system. I also just want to note, there was a time when GDP growth and electricity growth tracked each other very closely. We've seen that relationship diverge, but I think it's the importance of energy, electricity specifically, but other forms of energy as a key contributor to economic growth cannot be underplayed if we look at the impact of load shedding, and it's a very important sector that we need to get right as soon as we possibly can. So I trust this has been insightful to you for your policy deliberations, and as Sanya, we remain available to discuss any of these issues with you further. Thank you.
Fantastic, Kiren. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. I think next we can have Nick Hedley. Nick, are you available online?
Yes, I am. Let me just see if I can add a presentation as well, see if I can share it.
Fantastic. Can we see Nick, just so the audience can see what Nick looks like?
Hey, guys. Is it working? Can you see?
There you are. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, we will fly to your presentation shortly, and then you can take it away. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I just have to change a system preference to share. So I'm having a bit of an issue here with sharing my screen. Is it possible if I could quickly email this or send this in the chat to someone to open your side?
Yes, definitely. Can you send it to Johann at actionsa.org.za?
Perfect. Sorry about that.
No problem. It's been that type of afternoon. Thank you. Yeah, I think
it's on its way.
All right, we'll give it a second or two. Is it there?
Just see if I can sort out the system preferences in the meantime.
Would WhatsApp work faster? Nick, are you able to WhatsApp it?
Yeah, sure.
I think that might work faster.
Sorry about this.
No problem. Okay, we've got it. So,
okay.
Yeah, anytime it flights, you can go ahead.
Perfect.
Let me just see. Great, we're ready.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I'll just check the presentation on my side so I know I'm talking to the same thing. Okay, so I thought I would just focus on, is the presentation up your side? Can you see it?
Yes, we can, thanks. I'm not sure whether you're able to control it, but otherwise just give me an indication and I'll move it along.
Perfect. Okay, so I thought I'd just focus on what's happening globally and pull out a couple of lessons that South Africa can take from that. Thanks. You can go to the next slide there. Okay, so the world's energy systems have, over the past 3 decades or so, been gradually shifting from a very centralized energy model where you have a handful of very large power stations move electricity one way through transmission lines, then distribution lines to homes and businesses. That's the way things used to operate until around 30 years ago when things started changing in other parts of the world. South Africa was planning on moving away from this in the 90s and early 2000s, but sort of forgot to join the rest of the world in that shift. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of how the rest of the world has shifted over the past 30 years or so, and it's very much accelerated over the past few years. So you now have a lot of competing producers of electricity trying to feed electricity into the grid. Then you have transmission infrastructure now with things like batteries as well, distribution infrastructure. And then what's the biggest change is households and businesses are now what's called prosumers of energy, where they buy electricity from the grid, but they also generate their own and sell back into the grid. So it's no longer a one-way movement of electricity. It's a two-way movement. How things work in other parts of the world is that the grid operator will buy electricity for the next day. So today is Tuesday. The grid operator, being Eskom, will buy a least cost mix of electricity for tomorrow based on weather forecasts, which plants are down for maintenance, which are online, which will be online the next day. And then it ranks and buys the least cost mix of electricity that it possibly can, based just on what's going to be available the next day. Next slide, please. So that's sort of what South Africa is moving towards now, with splitting Eskom into 3 parts. We've been doing it very slowly, and we're a long way behind a lot of the rest of the world. What else is happening in other markets is the race, obviously, to low carbon electricity. So that's hydro, wind, big solar, rooftop solar, geothermal, nuclear, green hydrogen, and tidal energy, among others. There's now 50 countries in the world that get at least half of their electricity from renewables alone. So that's excluding countries like France, which have gone much bigger on nuclear. Some countries, including Denmark, Portugal, and Uruguay, get more than 70% of their power from renewables, mainly wind. This list of 50 countries is growing all the time. Every year there are new ones joining them. Next slide, please. There's a reason I'm talking about these future targets. So just quickly looking at clean energy targets. New Zealand aiming to get to 100% by 2030, Portugal 100% by 2030, Australia 82% by 2030, South Australia, one state there, is quite far ahead. Spain 74% by 2030, Denmark 100% by 2027. So that's 4 years away. Denmark aims to not use any more fossil fuels in its mix from 4 years' time. Netherlands 97% by 2030. Kenya is an interesting one because it's got geothermal, which we aren't lucky enough to have. So they've already got a head start, but they want to get to 100% by 2030. Ireland, Germany, UK, US, all a little behind that. So for context, South Africa's just transition plan sees us getting to no more than 40% renewables by 2030. And that 40% mark would be a massive, massive effort and a change of strategy, and basically fast tracking transmission build out and things that are looking increasingly unlikely, to be honest, just because we are dragging our feet a lot. Next slide, please. So why the race to clean energy? Firstly, it's always been about climate change first and foremost, but now it's also economic, very much an economic reason. One is remaining competitive in global trade. If carbon border taxes are coming from later this year, and according to some analyses, South Africa will be more impacted by than any other country on earth. So S&P, that ratings agency, which does a whole lot of other stuff as well, they estimate that South Africa's economy will be hit $92 billion in lost trade, basically, by 2040 because of the European Union's carbon border tax. Why the race to green? Also attracting global capital flows. There's a lot of money looking for clean energy projects globally. Why the race to green? Also avoiding stranded assets. No one wants to be stuck with old coal and oil and gas plants that can't actually compete, and it's very costly to have built these things and then they just sit there stranded. And lastly, benefiting from the cheapest sources of electricity in history, which is now solar and wind. Once upon a time it was coal. Those days are quite long gone now. Next slide, please. So just a quick case study. This is the state of South Australia. The reason I look at it is because there's quite a few similarities between the position South Australia was in 2016 and where we are now. Next slide, please. So that state, it's relatively small, but it includes the city of Adelaide as well as a fairly large mining and manufacturing industry. In 2016, South Australia had a power crisis just like South Africa's. That was a couple of storms knocked out transmission lines and caused the whole grid to collapse, basically. In response to that power crisis, and another problem was the state was like us, had a whole lot of old coal-fired power plants which were getting very inefficient and breaking down a lot. So in response to this crisis, the state ramped up its clean energy shift. It now gets 70% of its annual power comes from wind and solar. It doesn't have any hydro, so it's purely operating on variable renewable energy. Some days wind and solar gets up to 96% of demand. it still has to keep its gas plants online to provide inertia and other critical grid services. But it's slowly replacing those gas plants with advanced big batteries and spinning machines, which basically offer the same grid services. What's quite interesting is even though South Australia did this shift before prices of solar and wind had really plummeted, its power prices are still a lot lower than the power prices in coal-reliant states. So last year, wholesale power prices in South Australia were 104 Australian dollars a megawatt hour versus 162 in Queensland, which is like South Africa. It's still quite far behind in the transition. Next slide, please. So now the rest of Australia is racing to catch up. AEMO, which is Australia's version of Eskom, expects to see periods of 100% renewable power penetration in the next 2 years. But that's obviously on good days. The government aims to get to an average share of 82% by 2030. In the Western Australia grid, which is not actually connected to the rest of Australia's grid, it's already getting to periods where rooftop solar alone, so that's just solar panels on homes and businesses, accounts for nearly 4/5 of power demand. So this is good, but it does create challenges and, on the flip side, opportunities as well. Next slide, please. So basically in Western Australia and other Australian states, there's now too much electricity during the day. And so there's so little demand for power, drawing power from the grid, that prices often go negative. So there's an interesting thing here which South Africa could take some inspiration from in the years ahead. We're not there yet, but we will be. So the Western Australian government has now introduced a policy where it'll provide low-income households with free electricity between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. each day. So basically how it does that is redistribute excess solar from the roofs of rich people's homes. So by doing this, the state's encouraging demand to shift from the evening peak when prices are really high and supply is a little tighter to the middle of the day. So instead of using a washing machine in the evening after work, put it on during the day when there's an abundance of electricity and prices are very low. So there are two lessons for South Africa here. One is that time of use tariffs can be really important in shifting demand away from the evening peak when supply is a little bit tighter and prices are higher. It's a way to shift demand and help ease electricity problems. And in time, we could also look to redistribute excess solar to help keep the grid stable and also to benefit lower income homes. Next, please. Two other quick ones, and just because Portugal has a very similar climate to us, Denmark and Portugal are now both at least 70% of their electricity coming from renewables. In both cases, wind is doing the heaviest lifting. Next, please. Another case study, which I think South Africa can take some lessons from, is China. So last year, China installed 55 gigawatts of rooftop solar. That's the equivalent of South Africa's total installed capacity, including our nuclear and coal plants. That's what China added in a single year just to its rooftops. It was achieved, basically there's a national program that China has been running where they get large developers, sometimes state-owned entities, and they ask them to manage this program in a particular city or region. That developer then goes and works with a network of smaller local players who basically go out and look for rooftops that are suitable for solar, and then they secure project development rights. In some cases in the scheme, the panels are owned by the household, so the household agrees to install the panels, and then it sells power back to the developer. In other cases, the household can't afford to install its own solar, so the developer pays for the installation itself and then provides that household with cheap electricity while also exporting any excess into the grid. So this way of doing things on a sort of mega approach enables things to go really, really fast. And because you're buying all of these panels and things in bulk, you can get super low prices. By the end of this year, each of these regional developers needs to have commissioned installations at 50% of all government buildings, 40% at schools and hospitals, 30% for industrial buildings, and 20% for rural households. So it's basically going to add that 55 gigawatts again this year, just on rooftops. Another case study for South Africa is Vietnam. In 2020, Vietnam was about to experience its own sort of version of load shedding. It was demand was about to sort of overtake supply of electricity, and it came up with a way to incentivize rooftop solar additions. Basically offered really good feed-in tariffs. So if you install rooftop solar and you sell it into the grid, they paid you a good amount. Thanks to that incentive program, Vietnam added 9 gigawatts of rooftop solar capacity in just 1 year. That's the maximum capacity of Kusile and Medupi combined. Obviously, you can't compare solar and coal on a like-for-like basis, but if they're both operating at full capacity, it's the same. Two lessons here, and one is that generous feed-in tariffs can go a really long way. Cape Town's feed-in tariff is not particularly attractive. Vietnam did it on a one-for-one basis, so if it costs R2 a kilowatt hour to consume electricity, they paid you the exact same when you sold it into the grid. Cape Town is quite a bit below that. Also, another issue with the Cape Town approach is that those smart meters that you need to install are really expensive. At the moment, they're about 10,000 Rand, which, I mean, most households just can't afford to buy a smart meter like that. So there are, rooftop solar is definitely should be a part of South Africa's solve going forward. One way to do things, and this has sort of been done in other markets, is South Africa, whether the government or Eskom could fund rooftop solar installations at all township schools, clinics, community centers, and give them ownership of those assets. They would then benefit from selling any excess power back to the grid. This helps to solve load shedding, and is also a way to sort of transfer wealth and uplift lower income communities. Next slide, please. Also, just cut me off if I'm over time. But it is worth looking at carbon border taxes. Just quickly, there's both pros and cons to carbon border taxes. On the one hand, it's a massive, massive risk to our economy. Like S&P says, $92 billion is at risk over the next 17 years. On the other hand, though, things like these are prompting huge demand for low carbon goods. So countries that are able to supply low carbon iron and chemicals and fertilizer and things like that will be able to fetch premiums for those products when they export them into the international market. If South Africa can position itself as a low carbon producer of steel and iron and chemicals and fertilizers, it'll do really well in global trade going forwards. Cool. I think that's pretty much the end of my presentation. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. I think that gives us a lot of ideas of how things can be done differently. And when I look at countries that have gotten it right, I almost sometimes get quite frustrated about this. Such clear answers. It's just about implementation and finding the political will to do so. So next we will take Monique. If you are ready for us, we are ready for you.
Hello, yes, I'm ready. I'm just going to try to share my screen. Hopefully it will work on my side. Yeah, just put it into presentation mode and then I'm ready to go.
Awesome, yes, we can see you, thanks. We see your presentation.
Okay. Okay, can I go?
Please go ahead.
My internet connection is great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to present some of the work that we're busy with at CSR. And let me introduce myself. I'm Monique le Roux from the CSR Energy Centre. I work in a research group called Energy Systems. We've been quite involved with the electricity crisis in South Africa. We've been tracking some of the numbers, so I'll share some of that, and then some considerations around the work that we've been doing and what we could possibly do to get out of the crisis. Okay, just a look at load shedding. Over the past, I don't think we need a lot of graphics and figures and information to convince anyone that we're in an electricity crisis, but nonetheless, we've been tracking load shedding data from 2007 when it really started. And as you can see, it's really increased exponentially from there. In 2022, we had 4 times more load shedding compared to 2021. And in 2023, we're very much on track to see another 2 or 3-fold increase in load shedding. It was quite reported on in the news, but on the 10th of May already, we exceeded the amount of load shedding in 2023 compared to what we had in 2022. Just some of the load shedding data. We've basically had full days of load shedding throughout the year, January through to June, that we've been tracking. And if we compare first quarter of 2022 to 2023, you'll see that there is an exponential increase in load shedding that we've had in just the first quarter of the year. Luckily, the winters looked quite a bit better than everyone expected, and I'll just discuss that now a little bit. So we saw a bit of a tapering down towards June, and then a little bit of an uptick again in July. And then the whole positive sort of that we saw out of all of this was wind. As you can see, these are the capacity factors, or the monthly capacity factors for 2023, which if you compare that, I don't have that yet, to 2022, you'll see it looks very much the same, but we've had a wonderfully windy month in June, and this is the highest capacity factor that we've ever had for wind power in South Africa, where we had 50% or close to 50% availability in the month of June. The other resources, solar and CSP, traditionally they see a bit of a downturn in the winter months where there isn't as much sun available as in the summer months. And that really also gives an indication of the variability of renewable energy and how that needs to be balanced with other sources so that you have a continual supply on your system. Okay, then this is just the capacity factors for generation sources in South Africa for the first 6 months of the year. Most of the sources have remained quite stable, except for CSP, as we discussed earlier, which had lower wind, solar resource during winter months. And then the one that really shoots out quite conspicuously is diesel generation, where from around March to April, continuing through to June, there was a massive increase in amount of diesel generation in South Africa. This just also basically indicates the same thing. Nuclear has been quite low due to the fact that one unit at Koeberg is out of service for refurbishment. Coal has also seen a bit of a drop compared to 2022, and then we had this massive increase in diesel and gas. I think Clyde also mentioned that Eskom has burned a significant amount of diesel to the lights on during the first 6 months of first 4 months of the financial year. And it's been reported in the media this week that Eskom's nearly spent half of the budget for the financial year in the first 3 to 4 months of this financial year. So also lots of question marks around whether it's sustainable for them to burn that amount of diesel, and whether we'll see high stages of load shedding again towards the end of the year. That's what we saw in 2022 when Eskom ran out of diesel and didn't have additional budget available to make the gas power stations available. And then over December, January, we had very high stages of load shedding, and question marks about whether that's going to be the case again later on in this year. Okay, then options to address the electricity crisis. 2 options that we've been working quite closely with government on. Obviously, these are not the only options, but two of the most prominent options are firstly to try and improve the availability of the existing Eskom fleet, and then option two is to add new generation capacities to the grid. So I'm just going to discuss each of those options in detail. Okay, option one, trying to increase the Eskom energy availability. If we just look at South Africa's current electricity mix, obviously still dominated by coal. Nearly 73% of power is generated from coal in 2022, and then other sources, nuclear, gas, hydro, renewables, making up the remainder of those. But in total, South Africa's got around 55 gigawatts of installed capacity. And then our system peak in 2022 was around 34.6 gigawatts, which is 65% of the total capacity, which just gives a very clear indication that we've got enough capacity on the grid to more than meet South Africa's energy demands. The problem is that those sources are not always available due to mostly unforeseen breakdowns in Eskom's coal power plants. And other power plants like nuclear that's been taken out of service for the first 6 months of this year and will continue for the rest of the year. But if Eskom is able to increase their energy availability, we could get out of the crisis quite quickly, but then obviously lots of questions around the viability or feasibility of getting the energy availability factor up. This is just a chart that shows the energy availability factor of Eskom's all generation fleet from 2016 to 2023, end of June. It's very clear, that there's been a very sharp downward trend in the availability of their plant, where they started around 86% in 2017, which is sort of on par with what you would expect from those power stations compared to how they're performing internationally, where at the moment they had a record low level of 49%, which was reached at the end of last year. And then a little bit of an increase in the first 6 months of this year, but as you can see, that is very much on par with the trend for the rest of the years, or historically what we've seen where the energy availability increases for the first part of the year, and then the second part of the year where Eskom does more planned maintenance, the energy availability factor then sort of tanks again, and then we've got very high stages of load shedding. Okay, then just some points on the possibility of increasing the Eskom plant's energy availability factor. Previously or historically, load shedding has been blamed by Eskom, and we also had the same idea that it's due to the fact that Eskom's coal fleet is really old and is therefore performing very poorly due to the age of the plant. But we've been tracking Eskom's energy availability factor across the individual power plants, and Eskom also released some of this data in the media, where some of the older plants actually has been some of their better performers, and then non-surprisingly, Kusile and Medupi, who are some of the newer plants, have performed really poorly. So you can see that Komati, which is the oldest plant, 60 years old, has got an energy availability of 65%. And then if you compare Letabo and Tutuka to each other, they're both 37 years old. And if all things are equal, they should be performing at the same level. But you can see that Letabo is performing at 75% and Tutuka at a very low availability factor of 28%. And then Kusile and Medupi, really low energy availability factors. Reserve myself from saying anything about that. And then Kendall, which is 34 years old and considered a spring chicken in Eskom's generation fleet, has got also quite a low energy availability factor at 48%. So just the points that we can take from this is that age is not necessarily the main reason behind Eskom's plant performance, but you could attribute it to other factors, for instance, corruption, which has been very much in the news. And Eskom, their own admission, has said that there's a very big, that plays a very big factor on plant being available. And then also Eskom's own board admitted to the fact that they've got poorly trained employees, the lack of skills, their preferential procurement policies sometimes knee-halter them in getting plant back online quickly and doing the necessary maintenance. Sorry, can I continue? Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. just heard something in the background. Then just also like a little bit of a light point in all of this, and we've also sort of or involved with this to a certain degree, but Treasury appointed the German VGBE Energy Consortium to do an assessment of all Eskom's coal-fired power stations, and we still waiting for the report to be released, but all sort of pointers point to the fact that they will probably be considering using a concession model where they ask OEMs to get heavily involved with Eskom's plant in an attempt to improve the energy availability factor, which we think is a very good strategy because there's very good skills and technical knowledge that's with the OEMs. The OEMs are the original equipment manufacturers, and those are the people that built the machines that internationally maintain them, and have got really the best knowledge about how these systems and these machines can be maintained and can be operated at a level where you would want them, where you would consider them to be compared to international standards. And Eskom has also publicly stated that they are considering getting the OEMs involved to take over some of the plants, the whole plants or part of the plants. And this points to some policy that can be implemented to try and get the energy availability factor up in the short term. Then option 2, which I'll just quickly go into, is to add new generation capacity to the grid. The generation mix options that were considered in the RP 2019, coal, nuclear, gas, renewable energy, and energy storage. I'll just touch on some of them, which could point us towards what could happen in future. Okay, then Eskom's coal timelines. This is for me, when we first started, it was a colleague of mine that initially built this graphic, and it was quite scary to see what is in store for us sort of as a country if we don't urgently procure new energy and get new generation onto the grid. As you can see, from 1965, South Africa had a very aggressive build program and added a lot of base power to the system, which contributed to the fact that we had strong electricity supply, that they could supply at relatively low tariffs and build the economy around that. And then we are now at 2023, and the only new stations that's been added sort of in the last 10 to 20 years is Medupi and Kusile. And then from here on, we've got quite a rapid decommissioning schedule planned, where there's a rapid drop-off of coal-fired power stations from the grid. And then this is renewable energy, which is really the only, in large part, the only generation plant that's been added to the grid. And as you can see, it's been incredibly slow from 2013 to 2023. We've only been able to add 6,500 megawatts of renewables to the grid, which is really, really not on par with what you would need to and what you would expect to get new generation onto the grid to make up for the shortfall from coal-fired power stations. And considering the decommissioning schedule of the coal-fired power stations, this will need to be ramped up really quickly and aggressively. This is just the annual capacity factors, again, just to maybe just to highlight the fact that we've got that variability from the renewables, where solar's a lot more available in summer. You've got higher capacity factors there, but still the capacity factors are quite low compared to other generation sources, where you're looking at an average of around 25 to 30% availability throughout solar, PV and CSP, which would mean that you'd probably need to either build a lot of renewables to make up your full energy security and security of supply on your system, or you would need to have other power sources or generation sources to complement the renewables. This is the Eskom Renewable Energy Survey that was done. Eskom did one in 2022, and then they did another one in 2023, where they just sort of do a survey of the market to get an understanding of where developers or IPPs are developing new renewable energy projects throughout the country. They've grouped them into type A, B, and C, which A is projects that are in early stages of development. Type C is early stages of development. Type B is a bit more advanced, and type A is grid-ready projects. And through this survey, they estimated that around 66,000 megawatts of renewable energy is currently under development in South Africa by the private sector, which is really encouraging figures. If you take into account that Eskom wants around 53 gigawatts of renewables on the grid in the next 10 years, it really means that the private sector is coming to the party and that the market is responding to that. But unfortunately, there's this big issue of grid. The figure in the middle just shows the South African the map of South Africa, and according to province, this was in the previous round, renewable energy grid windows, how much capacity was available in each of those provinces. And as you can see, in Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, those are really your areas where your good solar and wind resources are. You can see from the map at the top, it's the solar resource map, and the one at the bottom is the wind resource map. And those resources are really concentrated in those provinces. And due to the fact that there wasn't grid available during the last REAP round, bid window 6, 8,000 megawatts of grid-ready renewable energy projects were unable to be procured or to get preferred bidder status. And they were only in the end able to procure 1,000 megawatts of solar PV, which is really disappointing. We are busy working together with Eskom and government to try and unlock capacity in the short term. It does look, and indications are that some capacity will be unlocked in the short term, that there is that possibility, and we're really holding thumbs that the next procurement bid window will be a bit more successful. Then the Eskom Transmission Development Plan, just maybe to go a little bit into the grid challenges, to open up grid capacity, to unlock grid connection for the amount of 53 gigawatts of renewables that Eskom needs to be connected to the grid in the next 10 years. Eskom requires 14,000 kilometers of extra high voltage lines. These are shown by the pink and the green lines throughout the country. As you can see, those are very long lines that need to get built from the north to the south of the country. And they also need around 170 HV transformers, which is a lot. And Eskom hasn't disclosed the total budget that they would need over the next 10 years, but they have indicated for the next 5 years that they will require 72 billion rand to build 2,900 kilometers of line and 60 transformers. And that really is actually a small portion of the total of 14,000 kilometers of lines that they need. And then Eskom also have stated that they can't pay for these upgrades themselves, and they would need the tariff to increase, which is really bad news for South African consumers. So that's just my last slide, and I'm just touching on the tariffs. South Africa urgently needs an updated RRP. And this is something that we are really trying to push as well. The RP is the Integrated Resource Plan. It's the Electricity Infrastructure Development Plan based on least cost electricity supply to manage your demand and your supply, and taking into account security of supply and other environmental factors. This is out of the RP and the definition given by the RP about the RP. And then the last RP that we had was in 2019, and for obvious reasons, a lot of the assumptions that were made in the 2019 IRP are not applicable anymore. Those assumptions are, for example, the national demand, which has changed drastically compared to what they forecasted at that time. Also, the existing plant performance is a lot different to what they had planned for in the IRP. They were in the previous RRP considering a much higher energy availability factor from the current Eskom coal-fired power stations. They've also, the technology costs for renewables and batteries that they took into account in the RRP 2019 has obviously changed quite a lot. And they'll also have to take new, there will be new assumptions around the commissioning and decommissioning of current plants. And obviously the scenarios that they've modeled will also be quite different. There's also been questions around the modeling itself that's being ironed out with government at the moment. So these really are the factors that are most pressing and needs urgent national attention, so that we can get an updated RP and we can get a roadmap of where electricity needs to be bought, how much and by when, so that we can have the least cost electricity tariff. And that really is the final thought on the RP, is that we need the least cost electricity tariff in South Africa, so that consumers pay a cost reflective tariff, and we can defend why we're doing certain things, that whether it's renewable energy or whether that gets complemented with gas or diesel or battery energy storage, or whether there's still a case for coal or nuclear in the country. You've got a good model which shows that these are the least cost options, and this is the path forward for the country. So yeah, this is my last slide. Thanks very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monique, for that really detailed presentation. I think, yeah, having access to a lot of that information and statistics really helps us understand the actual data behind it, rather than just listening to all the noise that you hear in the media a lot about the energy crisis. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for the work that you're doing at the CSIR. Next up, we're going to invite Cynthia Moya from the Greenpeace Climate and Energy Program. Cynthia, are you ready to talk to us?
Yes, I'm ready. Hi, everybody. My name is Cynthia, and I'm from Greenpeace Africa, from the Climate and Energy Department, and I do community and stakeholder engagement. It's been one of those afternoons where internet is terrible, so I'll just switch off my video just to reduce the amount of bandwidth so that my audio is clear. I hope that's okay.
Perfectly fine, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to touch more on the work that we do as Greenpeace Africa. So I mean, energy is well recognized to be the lifeline of all human activities, and the world that we live in today has undoubtedly been shaped by our energy system, but our dependence on fossil fuel powered energy generation is stealing our future and dooming us to a climate disaster after climate disaster. South Africa's energy scene is facing a triple crisis. I'm sure we all know this. I mean, first of all, there's a crisis of supply. The existing and foreseeable capacity cannot assure the supply of energy under all circumstances, which remains to be the main cause of load shedding. Secondly, there is the climate crisis. The present tendencies of consumption and production of energy lead inevitably to the emission of greenhouse gases, which would amount in 2050 to 5 times more than what the IPCC, which is a consensus of the world scientists, considers acceptable. And finally, we have the economic crisis. The spectacular increase in and the volatility of energy prices contribute to a slowing down of economic activity and drive the poorest among us into desperate circumstances. So really, there is no question that the future requires change through the development and adoption of renewable sources of energy. The alternative to energy derived from burning fossil fuels is renewable energy. And the good news is that renewable energy technology has grown by leaps and bounds in recent years, becoming the cheapest form of energy. But the bad news is that it is still met with some political resistance by those with vested interests in the fossil fuel industry. I mean, this is really disappointing considering the country's wealth of natural resources required for clean energy generation. Renewable energy sources are an attractive solution to address the challenges that South Africa faces in terms of its energy crisis, that is load shedding, energy price volatility, and climate change. However, despite the obvious solution that is renewable energy, the uptake remains very low. Let's look at, say, for instance, for individual South African households, investing in rooftop solar is expensive, which locks many of us into dependence on Eskom. But the price of solar electricity per kilowatt hour is cheaper than any other form of electricity. This alone should be the reason enough to push us into a just transition to renewable energies. What we also have to consider is that the energy transition towards 100% renewable energy supply will increase the number of jobs in the energy sector significantly. The Just Transition Program must also be based on a high-profile dialogue between key stakeholders. This dialogue should then lead to a series of negotiations on a social compact. And number 3, Eskom needs to become a supportive and enabling player within this Just Transition Program by changing its business model, by participating in negotiating a framework with trade unions, by developing social plans for the just transition, and by investing in renewable energy. And lastly, my last point will be that the highly polluted coal province of Mpumalanga needs to become a priority region for large-scale investment in renewable energy. I will end it there for today. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for sharing your views and the views of Greenpeace. And I think that's an extremely important point. And I think the one thing that becomes clear here is just this real need to move towards renewables and away from our coal fleet. I unfortunately have to leave soon for the airport. So if I can just quickly share a very, very simplified version of what we as ActionSA see as our kind of ideal end state for South Africa's energy mix. I don't know if the presentation is showing over there. Okay. So like I said, there's a lot of interdependencies in this plan, but this is a very, very simplified high-level overview. But effectively, listening to the experts today, I think this is a lot, it seems to be quite aligned with kind of global trends, and that's what we're focusing it on, is focusing on this shifting technologies, a lot of innovation that's happening, the decrease in prices of renewable energies, the high potential we have for hydrogen production in South Africa, and then just also making the energy market more democratic and making sure that it's more open to competition and more people can participate in a role. Entirely moving away from like Nick mentioned, this centralized system that kind of became outdated globally a few decades ago. So effectively our idea, and I think this is where experts can definitely critique us on this, is essentially to focus on energy generation through renewables, predominantly by independent power producers that are then fed back into the national grid. Excuse my little typo there. Then that's complemented by municipal and provincially owned renewable energy plants that generate electricity. And then thirdly, also households and businesses sell excess electricity from microgrids and solar panels back to the national grid. So that's that kind of feed-in tariffs and seeing how that goes into that. I know renewable energy to the battery storage at the moment is kind of the technological and cost constraint. So that's one thing that, is kind of future oriented. But when excess renewable energies are stored, and I know there are advances being made in battery storage, that can be stored in energy to use during peak times. But at the same time, when there's excess renewable energy, that is used to produce green hydrogen. I think it's quite important that we emphasize that it should be green hydrogen and not just gray or blue hydrogen. And then the hydrogen is obviously used to power thermal plants. So still use that kind of, like, as I understand, Clyde, slightly outdated and ineffective technology, but to power the thermal plants and generate electricity in the older way. So I think one of my big questions for the experts today is the role of natural gas. I think there's a lot of discussion around moving away from fossil fuels, but then also implementing gas. And my understanding of natural gas is that it has a lower carbon footprint than coal generation, and it's a relatively less expensive and shorter term solution than coal. So replacing our coal fleet with imported natural gas from neighbors like Mozambique that are processed by, let me just see if I can get this right, floating storage regasification units that are then, then that feeds into, once again, the thermal power plants. And that's in lieu of coal. So we're not bringing on new coal plants, but the gas, is something that the gas pipelines effectively operate for 10 to 15 years to kind of power that transition from where we are at the moment with renewables to where we need to be, so that we have around-the-clock energy supply. And then that ultimately results in a South Africa where our total energy needs are met by renewable resources, which are mostly generated by independent power producers. Eskom doesn't fall away, but it focuses more on the transmission and distribution and managing the grid. And then because of the decreases in prices and schemes like Nick mentioned and happening in other countries, the government can provide free basic electricity to indigent households. So that's it in a nutshell. Like I said, there's a lot of dependencies and a lot of details that go into getting that plan into action. But yeah, that's just where ActionSA stands. And if I may use the opportunity then to open the one question that I'm going to ask is just the role of gas in our energy transition to more renewables, whether that's something that we should consider, whether it's feasible, whether it's viable, what the ecological and environmental impacts are, and what the alternative is if gas is not an option. So Clyde and Kiren, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. And if I'm entirely missing the boat, then please let me know. I'm a lawyer, not a scientist.
Right. Well, my views on gas to power are well known. I don't believe that we need gas to power. The country still needs gas because there's a lot of industries that are dependent on gas for, for chemical stuff, for process heating. But gas to power generally is required at peak times. And these alternatives where we can meet peak demand with battery energy storage. So you're a little bit outdated on your notions of batteries being expensive and not available. And also just on your green hydrogen thoughts there, green hydrogen back to power by burning hydrogen at power stations, that ain't going to work. If it's going to work at all, it would be through fuel cells. And unfortunately, the processes of taking renewable energy, putting it into green hydrogen, taking the green hydrogen and putting it back into electricity, you've got something like a 30% round-trip efficiency if you knock it all off. So green hydrogen is more to do with green fertilizers and with countries who have very large interseasonal differences and need it potentially for space heating. In South Africa, we don't need green hydrogen to power. We can potentially export green hydrogen to keep the oaks in Europe warm in the winter potentially, but we don't need it for those purposes. And so I think you need to lose that section of your plan where you've got green hydrogen going and firing up old coal-fired power stations. That ain't going to work. So the biggest restriction at the moment, the biggest challenge, it all comes down to logistics. We've lost a lot of our construction capabilities. A lot of our construction companies have shut down. I can't think of too many who still remain. Let's not even talk about the construction mafia in that role. But basically, it's logistics now, and the logistics to bring in sufficient solar panels and wind turbines and batteries to get us over the fact that we've missed 5 years in what we should have been doing is our biggest challenge. And that's where all the focus needs to be. And unfortunately, that concentrates attention on our ports. Let's not go there. And we're allowed to call them ports, although the Portugal coined the term port, but we can call our ports port. And it's logistics. And when I speak to some of the logistic operators, they are concerned that we won't be able to build the quantity of renewable resources and storage in the time frames that we need to, because of logistics and nothing else. So that's where a lot of focus has to be applied. But yeah, gas to power is not one of my favorite options, and I don't believe it's a needed option. And also just be very careful when there's someone from Greenpeace on the show to say that gas generates less CO2 than coal. It does, but it generates a whole lot of methane in the gas supply chain, which is, I don't know, 40 or 80 times more detrimental to greenhouse warming than what coal is. So best not to trot out statistics like that without checking the whole supply chain. And the problem with gas is that small methane leakages along the supply chain quickly outnumber the actual emissions or the detrimental emissions from coal-fired plants. So we have to, you know, it's so sad that we've lost about 5 years of impetus. The bright side of it is that in those 5 years, things have become a lot more cost competitive. Basically, they've become less costly. So we can do things now at a level where cost is no longer part of the equation. And I was very interested to see with Nick's presentation that Australia have jumped suddenly, because at one stage they were lagging globally with a coal pull, if I can call it that. And I think his statistics showed that they're aiming for 80% by 2030. And I also noticed the prices that were quoted for South Australia and Queensland are very similar to numbers that I get for South Africa on a complete renewable kind of mission. And the prices quoted for Queensland, if you do the translation into rands from Australian dollar, are also very close to what our current coal price costing is. So that was interesting. But yeah, I hope that helps, and I'll help you with your diagram.
Awesome. Kiren?
Thank you very much. I think some of the things that Clyde has pointed out, I can't necessarily disagree with them. I think for me, there's some other questions that could be asked about the role of natural gas. First and foremost, if you've mapped out what you want from a renewable energy future, you need to look at the constraints that would actually drive those questions. So gas is out there, yes, we know that, and I think as a form of energy for other users, it definitely has a big role to play, and that in itself then also begs the question, you know, if you've maximized the potential of gas for energy, what then remains for power, and what is the requirement for power? So I think those are some of the important questions to answer. We mustn't fall into the trap that because it's available and it's an option that's considered all over the world, that it's an answer for South Africa's problems. I think we mustn't fall into that trap. The other big question to ask, you mentioned our neighbor Mozambique has natural gas resources. The question is, what is better, bringing the natural gas in and converting it to power in South Africa, or converting it into electricity in Mozambique and transporting it into South Africa? Both of them have their merits and their demerits, and I think it's an important question to consider, especially in terms of regional energy stability, but you know, also then from a regional development perspective. The other important issue for me from a gas you know, question, and it begs a question about lots of other things. Like Clyde pointed out, if you use gas to gas has another, you know, big consequence of using gas is methane. Everything has consequences. We're going to reach a point where we have to choose the lesser consequence, but that must not also be outweigh the issue around ultimately balancing social justice, because I think that's the important conversation that sits around all of these choices that need to be made. The social justice conversation in choosing technology, and we know that if we have to ask a moral question about where we are now, we perhaps have not considered social justice as much as we should have. So that's another big lever for me that you need to change in terms of your decision making going forward. I've got some other comments on your diagram, but okay. So just in terms of what you've put up there. I think it's a good high-level snapshot of some of the areas that you need to focus on. I think that what I would really like to see is what you're looking at in terms of the detail that sits underneath it. So you talk about renewable energy program, to deliver significant results. There's huge issues with the renewable energy program. It started off great. It was lauded as one of the best in the world. Now we sit with 3 rounds that have been issued and haven't come to proper fruition. We've seen the impact in the figures shown to us by CSIR of the delays. So I think it's what sits behind it for me that's important. But also think that there's a big difference between, potentially an electricity plan, which is very much what you've shown there, versus an energy plan. There's some big questions. We have a liquid fuel sector that is in absolute crisis at the moment. Maybe we don't feel it because we can import diesel, and at this point in time, we're still handling the imports given all the challenges that we're having at the port. But maybe we don't see it. We have literally 1 operational refinery in the country. We're going to always be subject to, tomorrow we're subject to a 37 cent increase in the price of petrol. We're always going to be subjected to that unless we decide what we're going to do to fix the liquid fuel sector. Electric vehicles is not the answer. It's an alternative that needs to form part of a bigger plan around the deployment of renewable energy. But here's the question. What are you going to do to fix the liquid fuel sector? I think it's a huge problem, and currently more South Africans need liquid fuels to move from place to place than we would ever have from an electricity uptake, even if you made electric vehicles extremely cheap because you've got other constraints. So I think that for me is a big consideration. Clive touched on it, logistics. I think we must not underplay the importance of logistics in developing this program. If you had to take 500,000 panels per site to sites in the Northern Cape from the ports along the coast, with the current constraints that we have, can you imagine what transporting that for a program that must achieve, the 50,000 megawatt of capacity in the next 10 years, those kind of logistics are going to be. And it's not just, panels, it's inverters, it's cables, it's a whole lot of things, all of the wind equipment. So I think we need to assess it. We also need to assess it from a consequence perspective. The more inefficient we are in our logistics, the bigger the energy footprint that we have. And it's also something I think needs to be considered. And maybe just a final thought. I really liked what Nick shared about the different case studies, and I think there's a lot to learn. And perhaps another point of learning is the USA. So the US has an aspiration to be 100% renewable by, 2035. I made a note of that. And it's the 3rd largest emitter of CO2 on the planet. So they must have some really lofty ambitions and mobilizing some really great, plans behind it to be able to achieve that kind of thing. So perhaps it may be bigger than South Africa in many respects, but I think the size of the problem may be a good learning point. So I definitely think something to look into. India and China have different considerations in terms of how they can, they have a need. Renewable energy fills a need, an unfulfilled need, whereas the US, fairly highly electrified. So it would be interesting to see what the plans for conversion are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To our online guests, any inputs? I do have 2 questions. While you think about that, 2 questions ask, if this energy transition plan, this is from Umbuso Sierra Online, if this energy transition plan and clean energy in South Africa was planned in the 90s, were institutions of higher learning part of this to provide all the skills this transition will need locally? The second question is, what solutions do the experts propose to make sure things like solar panels, wind turbines, etc. are manufactured locally to promote industrialization and skills development rather than just assembly plants? I think anyone can take that. Thank you to Johann. Travel safely. We will hold a fort in your absence. Any one of the experts can take these questions. Nick, is there any question there that jotted your response?
I'll just a quick 30 seconds on gas. I'll just say what the sort of consensus seems to be, including from UCT's electricity system planners and so on. They the consensus view that sort of emerged is that we might need some gas, but it will be a very small bit, and it would only be used for like emergency situations when there's a shortage of other supply, or in peak demand when peak demand's running really high, and ideally only used at about a capacity factor of 5 to 10%. So like hardly ever using those gas plants. When you do use them, they're really expensive compared to the alternatives, so you don't want to use them a lot. That's the consensus, but there are some, Clyde included, who think you don't need any gas whatsoever. I thought I'd just add that. Then in terms
Sorry, I thought you
of-
were going to tell Joe Burgers what happened in, is it Bree Street? A couple of, yeah, since you're mentioning gas and that was your response, perhaps Joe Burgers would like to know.
I know, it's that's one downside with gas and hydrogen, actually. Then on maybe I'll take the one on local manufacturing. So the South African Renewable Energy Manufacturing Master Plan, I can't remember what it's actually called, but it was just published, and it's a really good plan. It's about how we can make all of these components locally. There we have such a massive opportunity to. So looking at let's say batteries, we have 80% of the world's manganese reserves. Manganese is a big component in batteries. Zimbabwe has a huge amount of lithium. Between Zimbabwe and South Africa, we have all of the battery materials you need. South Africa and Zim could become battery manufacturing hub for the continent and the world. In terms of hydrogen, we have 80% of the world's platinum reserves, and you need platinum to make electrolyzers for hydrogen production, green hydrogen production. We have some of the best solar and wind resources in the world, so we need to be obviously looking at how we can develop those locally. But I would definitely recommend checking that out. I didn't have anything to do with it, but it's a really good plan. The South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. I can't think of the proper name, but it was released a week or two ago. We have really massive opportunity there. It just needs a bit of political will.
Like all things in our country. Cynthia, do you want to have a comeback at Clyde on the comment that he made about Greenpeace? Cynthia, are you still with us? Okay, Clyde, you
I can't remember what I said about. Yeah, I can't remember what I said about Greenpeace, but it was probably complimentary, if I'm not mistaken. Just the one question asked was whether we were looking at these technologies in the 90s and why we're only looking at it now and training people. Well, that's when the world was paying what are referred to as school fees. A lot of these things were still experimental bench. They were very expensive. Solar panels in the 90s probably cost, I don't know, 40 times, 50 times as much as they do now. And that's the point about disruption. When disruption takes place, there's a lot of underlying research and development that precedes it. So when we moved to digital cameras, it didn't suddenly happen. People had been looking at digital photography from way early. In fact, Kodak had invented digital photography. But when it started picking up momentum, in the late 90s, Kodak were one of the top 500 S&P companies listed in the world. And in 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. So we in a disruption at the moment of the like of what happened to analog to digital photography. And I think I mentioned during my presentation that in the last 5 years, perhaps 5-6 years ago, the crossover took place between the cost of fossil fuel generated energy and renewable generated energy. And it's just the gap is growing as we speak, literally. So it was not possible, unfortunately, to envisage this renewable world back in the 90s. But it's absolutely possible now. It's less costly, And it's a question of how do we share the benefits of it rather than how do we afford it. The conversations change from what's it going to cost us to how we're going to share the benefits. And part of those benefits will unquestionably be a better quality of life for people in the coal fields of South Africa where we clean up the air, because we often talk about CO2, but the real ones that bug me are SO2 and nitrous oxides and sulfur dioxide. Those are the big killers. CO2 affects our planet, but the other pollutants affect our people. And I think it's just wonderful to be on the cusp of this transition where we're at the moment. And to me, the challenge is how do we use this transition to effect a just economic transformation and socio-political transformation in South Africa.
Thank you very much. I think we're actually on time. We're 10 minutes late. We were supposed to finish at 3 o'clock, but I think we're well on time. Let me thank all of our guests. Let me thank Clyde Mallinson, who's an independent analyst. Thank you very, very much, Clyde. Monique le Roux, who's online from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Thank you very much for being with us and your time. Kiren Maharaj, thank you so much, from the South African National Energy Association, and Nick Hedley, who's online, an independent analyst and journalist. Thank you to all of...
Lerato, I don't know if you can hear me.
I'm not sure who's talking.
I joined online just because it's Johann. I joined online because I didn't want to miss out on the conversation. I just wanted to flag that Cynthia has a hand up online on Zoom. And we do actually have time until 3:30. So if there are any more questions, please don't feel like you don't need to address them. I have one more question that I'd like to flag just before we finish. Well, kind of.
That's fine. I can't see Cynthia. So Cynthia, I was calling for her, but I couldn't see her. So Cynthia, you're very welcome to jump in. And then Johann, you can go after Cynthia has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I heard you calling for me, but you know our network today. I must have missed the question that you were referring to, but I just want to just give a brief answer to one of the questions that you flagged from online, where I think someone asked about how we have plans, what we're going to do about making sure that people get to manufacture the panels and everything. So I just want to focus on that question and say that it's important that we consider a skills development and more vocational work. I mean, as a result of the just transition, plant and machine operators and assemblers would see the largest job increase, over 300%, with electricians and laborers close behind. That's more than 200%. So it's very important for us to consider skills development in more vocational work. Over.
Thank you, Cynthia. Johann?
Yes, thank you. I think my question is almost a request for some advice from our experts today, in sense of some advice to those of us that work in the political space, in just how we advance this agenda of establishing renewable energies. Because I think a lot of the perceived kind of resistance to what it is, one, through vested interest in fossil fuels, but then how those, I guess, I think you see it quite a bit in Europe, where lobbyists for oil and coal companies really have a big impact on public perception. So how can we as political parties advance the narrative of the shared benefit that renewable energies offer? And how can we, really encourage activists and communities to also get on board with that journey? Because I think what's become clear today is that, the transition to renewable energies has a lot of social benefits and economic benefits. So you just have some word of advice in terms of your experience and outside of the political space, ways to achieve that in the political space.
Thank you. Your audio was not very good, but I think we got the gist of your question. Kiren, I was looking at you for this. He's asking, how can we advance the narrative of the shared benefit of renewables as political parties.
Okay, thank you very much. And Johann, again, just maybe my own thoughts to share with you here. I think if we take the renewable IPP program in the Northern Cape and the socio-economic development requirements that were put into the IPP program as part of the qualification requirements in the projects that I'm involved, I think there has been huge benefit to the communities. It's small benefits, but it is benefits to the communities. The big issues around large-scale job creation and deep economic transformation in those communities, I think those questions still remain unanswered. And the expectation that the developers, the public sector will deliver that is a bit high. It's not onerous to require some contribution to the communities, but I think to expect them to provide all the development is a little bit a bigger ask for singular entities. And the question or the issue that still remains government's ultimate responsibility to provide development into all areas of the country. That shouldn't be taken off the table. But there is good examples of where the renewable energy program has uplifted communities and provided economic development, and it really needs to be built on. The question about whether you have really convinced everybody around the benefit of renewable energy, I think that's a question, a challenge that you're going to have to answer. So we decommissioned Komati Power Station. I saw a report that was issued last week about measuring the social benefits and the social commitments. I haven't read it, I must be honest, but I think that is a good starting point. So you're going to undertake the decommissioning, the large-scale decommissioning of coal fleet. What's the targets? What are you going to put on the table to address job losses? How are you going to make sure that the towns in the areas are not decimated? I think you need to put the targets down, you need to measure them, you need to show the outcome, and that is the only way that you're going to get support for the renewable energy narrative from a social perspective. We're not struggling to support it from a climate change perspective, neither are we struggling to support the benefits of the technology, the reduction in cost from economies of scale. The big issue is when you take a coal-fired power station that employs over 1,000 people and you build 3 times that amount of solar PV, but you employ 100 people, what do you do to the other 900? What do you do to the communities that are impacted when you close mines? What do you do to the shops and all of the things that exist in there? We're having challenges with things like water treatment plants in areas where people don't live anymore. So I think there's huge questions. If you want to convince people, you have to put the outcomes on the table, and that's something that we need to look at. I would also, and I hope this is not going to be interpreted that, you talked about vested interest in fossil fuels. I think there has to be a balanced view. It's not all or nothing. And finding that balance is probably the key to having a sustainable energy future. We mustn't fall into the trap of being pushed into situations that don't benefit the country at large. But equally well, there's bigger things at play that need to be addressed from a health perspective, from a childhood development perspective that go beyond just limiting the amount of CO2. Of course, we're scared of the economic consequences of things like the CABM and other potential consequences on South Africa. It is scary, especially given where we are at the moment. But we mustn't just walk down the path that we choose one thing to do at all costs and we haven't looked at the problem from a bigger perspective. And I think that really is what this just energy transition is about. It's not just for the planet. It's just for every single aspect of human life, and social upliftment, health, and economic sustainability, alleviating poverty are equally important. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Johann, do you still have anything else to add?
No, thanks, Karen, for that answer. I think that's a very, very good answer, and I think you're right when it comes to that balance between various aspects of society that we need to manage and really look at the bigger picture. I think it was also mentioned earlier today, just there is no one best answer or one great answer, but there is probably a best way to do things, and we should try and figure that out. Thank you.
Yeah, the human capital, human labor element for me is a big one. What are we going to do with all the warm bodies when technology takes over? I think I can thank my panel members one more time. Thank you to the technical team. I know today you had a little bit of a glitch, but thank you so much for carrying us live on all our social media platforms. Join us again tomorrow when we will be discussing law and order and the all-important immigration question. We will be here once again tomorrow morning, 9:30. All of our social media will also be streaming on this platform for us to be able to have these conversations. So thank you, South Africa. We look forward to September when we will deliberate more on these things so that we can come out with solutions that can benefit our society going into the future. My name is Lerato Ngobeni. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Access queuing when you're talking about a tedious process.